using the U.S. government to enrich themselves. I mean, he's got, hotel things going on in Dubai, Indonesia, giving $20 billion to Argentina to influence an election down there, for crying out loud. It's really just a massive criminal enterprise, just enriching the MAGA base.
And Ken, did you vote for President Trump?
No, I didn't. I am a registered Republican. I'm a proud 3+ year veteran of the U.S. Army during the Vietnam War era. I lost an uncle in Korea. My dad went from North Africa to Sicily to Italy and came back. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be here.
All right, Ken. I'm going to move on to Charles in Tennessee, Democrat. Good morning, Charles.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Thank you for taking my call. People need to realize that when we lose this Social Security and stuff and all these Obamacare and stuff, people are going to die. I mean, I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat. They can't handle this. I mean, this is going to be a bankrupt. It's going to bankrupt people. This health care is as dangerous as it can be. And the fellow was just on there is right. Now, I guess we see, what that country gets for giving Trump that plane there. They get to build a Air Force base here in the United States. But people, whether you're Republican, Democrat, or whatever, we cannot afford to lose our health care. And another thing, too, there, how can we not afford health care here, but we can send Israel all this money for them to have one pair of health care? If I'm not wrong, I believe I'm right on that. You can correct me if I'm not. But how can we do that? How can we give $20 billion to somebody the other day, but we can't have insurance for the little kid? We can't have a SNAP program for them. And I guess that's all I got to say. But
all right, Charles.
Thank you very much.
Let's take a look at what House Speaker Mike Johnson had to say at a news conference yesterday about the Republicans' plan to resolve this impasse.
You've been doing this every single day, coming up here trying to pressure Senate Democrats. They've been not budging. They've blocked this bill time and time again. So at what point, for the good of the country, do you need to change your strategy to try to negotiate a deal with them?
It's a great question. Manu asks, why don't I change my strategy? I don't have any strategy, Manu. I'm doing the right thing, the clearly obvious thing, the traditional thing. That's exactly what Chuck Schumer voted for in March of this year and gave impassioned speeches was the right and only thing. I don't have anything to negotiate. I'll say this again to everyone here. We did not load up the temporary funding bill with any Republican priorities or partisan priorities at all. I don't have anything that I can take off of that document to make it more palatable for them. So all I am able to do is come to this microphone every day, look right into the camera and plead with the American people, as Chairwoman McClain said, to call your Senate Democrats and ask them to do the right thing. We're not playing games. They're playing a game. We're not. The strategy is to do the right and obvious thing and keep the government moving for the people.
Why not move closer to their position?
Their position is this, Manu. Their position is they want to spend $1.5 trillion in your tax dollars to fund nonsense overseas. They want to give $200 billion to illegal aliens. We are not going to do that. We're not going to do it. The American people don't want us to do it. And they're using this for partisan political purposes to give themselves cover. They don't want the Marxist to kick. Chuck Schumer doesn't want to get a Marxist candidate challenge, AOC or someone else. Mamdani is probably going to be sadly, shockingly, the mayor of New York City. Marxism is on the rise in hey, this is not your father's Democratic Party, everybody, okay? They're turning into communists openly. And so Chuck Schumer does not fashion himself as a communist just yet. So he's got to show a fight to these people. That's what this is about. I'm not playing his game, Manu. I cannot go in and say, oh, gee, Chuck, what can I offer you? You know what? Maybe we'll just send $10 billion overseas to LGBTQ plus, initiatives in, the Horn of Africa or Malaysia or wherever you want to do that. No, we're not wasting taxpayers' dollars.
That was Speaker of the House. And we're asked about healthcare in Israel. So real quick, this is trade.gov. This is website of the International Trade Administration. It says that Israel provides universal healthcare coverage to Israeli citizens and permanent residents via 4 independent health management organizations, HMOs, and a network of mandated benefit packages, including hospital, primary specialty, mental health, and maternity, as well as prescription drugs and other services. And that is a compulsory program that everybody has to join. That's for Israel. And this is Sarah in Maryland, Independent Line. Hi, Sarah.
Hey, good morning. I just wanted to say that the cuts go across party line. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or a Republican. It's not that when Democratic programs are cut that only Democrats benefit from them. So it's going to go across party line in regards to this not being the Democratic Party as it was 40 years ago. Well, the same can be said about the Republican Party. It's not the same party that it was 30 or 40 years ago. And in regards to what I think is important is to keep in mind is, and I read this the other day, that there's about 240 million adults in this country that are 18 years and older that can actually vote. And out of those 240 million people, only about 155 million actually voted. And out of those 155 million, more than half, about 80 million or so, voted for President Trump and the Republican Party. So they are our elected leaders. However, the other 75 million did not vote for this administration. And out of the other 85 million that didn't bother to vote, I really would be interested in what these people that did not vote think. 85 million people is a lot of people that did not make their voices heard. And I think it is a shame that people don't take that privilege to vote seriously. You know, if you like what you see, great. You can continue to vote for that the next election. But if you do not like what you see and you would like to see some changes, go to the voting booth, register to vote. And if you are already registered, please go and vote. Make your voice heard. This is your country as well. So we all should take that seriously. Thank you.
Barbara, Democrat in Georgia. Hi, Barbara. You're on the air.
Hi. I just wanted to say one thing. I wanted to speak to the Republicans. Listen here, Mike Johnson, he gets up there and he tells that the subsidies are going towards the illegal immigrants. That's a lie. The subsidies on the insurance is not going towards illegal immigrants. It's going to help people get insurance that work in these low-paying jobs. And without the subsidies, then they don't have insurance. Please listen. It's not the Democrats' fault.
Brian in Maryland, Republican. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning. I'd just like to say, it's Democrats, Republicans. We're all in here together. The Republicans are voting pretty much straight across the board except for maybe one. The Republicans can't do these votes on their own. And for the Democrats to hold the bill up, not over a couple $100 million, but $1.5 trillion is absolutely absurd. And be what it may, the ADA, the affordable health care, if it needs COVID money still to bring people's subsidies down, then something's not right. Let's pass the bill, get into regular session, and fix the thing and be done with it. But for we need Democrats to vote for a continuing resolution. And if we can't get that, then they're shutting the government down.
So, Brian, so what Democrats are saying is we don't trust Republicans to fix this thing. They've been talking about trying to fix it since it was passed, and nothing has happened. So what are your thoughts on, do you think it can be fixed before the end of the year? Or do you think that those subsidies, those tax credits should expire?
Well, we have till like November 17th, I think they said. And that's what the Republicans were trying to do, was get the bill passed, take it up in regular session, and then try to get things what the Democrats want or you know, what they're asking for, you know, by in that time period, you know. But just to shut the government down, I mean, that's all on the Democrats.
All right. Staten Island is next. Independent line, Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, C-SPAN. First, I want to say, as always, great cameraman. I just love I feel like I'm right there, the way they go in with the camera. The shutdown. I mean, Trump, all he has to do is get back all that money he just gave away. Bring it back, Trump. Tell him you made a mistake. You want your money back.
Which money that he gave away?
To what country he sent money?
Argentina?
I forgot. Yes. Take that money back. We need it. You know, I was always taught, take care of your own house first, and before you want to clean anybody else's. You know, and as far as this shutdown, it's all about Epstein. You know, we're all forgetting. We want to forget about the Epstein files. It's not going away, Trump. And thank you, Marjorie Greene. I'm very proud of you. You looked into your heart.
And Tifton, Georgia, Democrat Brenda, good morning.
Good morning. I would just like to piggyback off the last caller. Thank you, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I would never think I would say that. But anyway, I would like to get back to the shutdown bill. Mimi, you're doing a great job. Listen, we shut down this government. The Republicans did. Mike Johnson is standing up there like he has the guts. Mike Johnson needs to be fired, get away from the mic, put someone up there that's going to do the job. Open up the government. Let's get it started. All that money he gave to Argentina, it could take care of the American people. Why are you giving – Trump is holding all that money for himself and his billionaire friends. Now America is waking up now. We tried to tell you guys, this guy is not for America. He is selling America out. Wake up, people.
And here's Sarah Ranburn, Alabama Republican. Sarah, you're on.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm calling to say all these people that are calling in wanting, oh, why can't we get this? Do they not realize what a debt we have got hanging over our heads? What do the Democrats want? They want $1.5 trillion more to spend. Your children, your grandchildren are not going to have anything left if we stick with people, the Democrats. I can't believe some of them up there, how they get up there and tell things that are not true. Thanks. Have a good day.
And let's hear from House Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries talking about the administration's plans to fire thousands of federal workers.
The president and the White House have confirmed now 4,000 firings across the federal government. As Kevin noted, that's something that Democrats previously said they were concerned about. If there was a government shutdown, the president would go through with this. Is there a way that Democrats' strategy here has opened the door for the president to go about these firings?
Donald Trump and his administration have been engaging in mass firings since day one of his presidency. For the Republicans, cruelty is the point. And the fact that they are celebrating, meaning the extremists, the extreme MAGA Republicans, the fact that they're celebrating firing hardworking federal employees doesn't strengthen their position with the American people. It weakens it because the American people don't accept that kind of cruel and callous behavior and know that any responsible group of people would actually be standing up to support our hardworking federal employees and trying to actually find a bipartisan path forward to reopening the government, which is what Republicans refuse to do. In the face of a growing healthcare crisis, open enrollment on November 1st, premiums, copays, and deductibles about to skyrocket, and the fact that Republicans have already enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history as part of their one big ugly bill so they could reward their billionaire donors with permanent tax breaks. Well, at the same period of time, refuse to consider a multi-year extension of the Affordable Care Act or a permanent extension of the Affordable Care Act tax credits. Democrats are fighting for everyday Americans. Cancel the cuts, lower the costs, save health care.
Here's Joseph, Independent Line in Wayne, New Jersey. Joseph, good morning. Joseph?
Yeah, I'm here. Because I was watching TV and listening to this at the same time. I got all mixed up. So anyway, I'm talking. I want about the federal workers. They talk about federal workers. I mean, that's a gravy job. Everybody wants it because you get all holidays, you get kind of big raises and everything. Everybody wants a government job, and then they talk about they're laying it off. They can get government workers whenever they want.
Hey,
and,
Joseph, have you ever worked for the government? I'm just curious.
No, but I've known a lot of people that worked for the government, and they say you really don't have to work for crying out loud. I know one guy that was doing like for taxes for the government and all that, and he says they give you a certain amount to do, and after that you're done, and you can get done with it in 6 hours, and they pay you for the other 2 hours. I mean, it's ridiculous. You know, the government people get paid overpaid in government. That goes for the senators and everybody else. They shouldn't be making what they're getting because half of the time they're only doing sitting down talking to somebody on the phone and not doing their job, what they're supposed to be doing. And that goes with some of these people that call up and they say they're Republicans. You know, doggone well, they're not Republicans because, my God, they go crazy with Trump. I can understand some of it, but not all of it. The people go crazy with Trump. Don't do this and do that. They don't do this. And as far as giving money to different countries, they've been doing that for years. So that's nothing new. And if people think that's something new, it isn't.
All right, so, Joseph. On the line for Democrats, North Carolina, Charles, good morning to you.
Good morning, Mimi. And before I begin, I just want to tell you how much you guys on C-SPAN do such a great job. I appreciate how you guys moderate everything, and you guys do a really good job. Now, for my comment, I think the biggest problem right now that I see with a lot of Americans, too many of us only seem to care about what happens to us and our immediate families, and there just seems to be an indifference about does my neighbor have health care? If my neighbor loses his job, do I care about it? It just seems to be that kind of an indifference. Here's a good example of it. Right now, you can go to YouTube and you can look at a Charlie Kirk video where he's saying things like black women don't have the brain processing ability to hold a white man's job. Or he'll say something like black people should never have been given civil rights. I don't know how other people take that, but I'm greatly offended to see the Medal of Freedom being given to somebody who makes those kind of statements about their fellow citizens.
All right. Well, Charles, we do have that portion of that. We'll show that later in the program. Sticking to the government shutdown, this is the Associated Press has this. It says that some airports refuse to play Nome video on shutdown impact, saying it's political. It says airports big and small around the country are refusing to play a video with a message from Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem in which she blames Democrats for the federal government shutdown and its impact on TSA. Airports in New York, Atlanta, Chicago, Las Vegas, Charlotte, Phoenix, Seattle, and more say the video's political content goes against their policies or regulations prohibiting political messaging in their facilities. Well, we have that video. Take a look, and we'll play it right now.
Hi, I'm Christine Ohm, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. It is TSA's top priority to make sure that you have the most pleasant and efficient airport experience as possible while we keep you safe. However, Democrats in Congress refuse to fund the federal government, and because of this, many of our operations are impacted, and most of our TSA employees are working without pay. We will continue to do all that we can to avoid delays that will impact your travel. And our hope is that Democrats will soon recognize the importance of opening the government.
Well, coming up, President Trump and FBI Director Kash Patel will be holding a news conference in the Oval Office. Reporters gathering there for what we expect will be remarks on the latest crime figures. Live coverage when that gets underway shortly here on C-SPAN.
Welcome back to Washington Journal. We're joined now by Representative James Walkinshaw, a Democrat of Virginia and a member of the Oversight and Government Reform Committee. Welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me.
Before we talk, I just wanted to respond to the last caller about the winery. This is Bloomberg. Bloomberg government is reporting this. Senators holding holiday weekend fundraising trips amid shutdown. This is from October 7th. Senate Majority Leader Thune is among the senators from both parties who have weekend fundraising getaways planned as the government shutdown heads toward its second week. Thune and other GOP senators have planned a fundraising trip this weekend to South Carolina. Their Democratic counterparts have scheduled one with donors in California wine country, according to fundraising appeals sent to donors and other sources. And just wanted to get back to that caller. But you have just been elected to Congress. You replaced the late Jerry Connolly. Can you give us a little bit of an idea about your background?
Sure. Well, I'm a lifelong Northern Virginian. My grandfather grew up on a farm near Dulles Airport, and I spent my entire life, with the exception of 4 years in college, in Northern Virginia. When I was 26 years old, Jerry Connolly asked me to be his chief of staff here in Washington. And I spent 11 years serving as his chief of staff, advising him on a host of issues. In 2019, I ran for the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors, which is the governing body in Fairfax County. I flipped a Republican-held seat, and for the last 5 years represented about 130,000 people right in the middle of Fairfax County, including George Mason University. When Congressman Connolly was diagnosed with cancer and made the decision not to seek re-election, he and I sat down and talked, and he encouraged me to consider stepping into the race to succeed him. And I was very fortunate to have been elected on September 9th, sworn into the House the next day on September 10th, and have been doing my best to represent my constituents in Virginia's 11th district since then. And you're brand new to Congress, but you are in the middle of a shutdown now. So could you give us the latest on what kind of negotiations are going on? Well, there aren't really negotiations going on, unfortunately, especially in the House. And we are now in week 4 of the unplanned House recess. Speaker Johnson has canceled votes again, so the Congressional Republicans are not here in Washington, not negotiating. Democrats like myself are here. We're ready to sit down and negotiate a compromise, but unfortunately, that can't take place when one side of that negotiation is not even in town. So what's the long-term strategy then for Democrats? Well, I think the long-term strategy is to continue to advocate to cancel the health care cuts, to address the expiration of the Affordable Care Act, enhanced premium tax credits. If we don't do that, just in my district, 19,000 people will see their health care premiums skyrocket. On November 1st, the open enrollment for the Affordable Care Act opens. So the families who have now been receiving those notices that their premiums will go up are going to have to go to healthcare.gov or the respective state exchanges and make a decision about the health care coverage for their families next year. So I think that date, November 1st, is critical and could be a forcing function to get our Republican colleagues to the negotiating table to work out a compromise. Your Virginia district is very close to Washington, D.C. It's home to about 55,000 federal workers. What are you hearing from them? So federal workers have experienced over the last 9 months an assault from the Trump administration. So they've been fired, laid off, forced out. They've had their public service to the nation, which I believe is noble service, denigrated and attacked for 9 months. So they are angry, frustrated, and fed up. And I think they see this Trump shutdown as one more in that long list of assaults and attacks that they've experienced from the Trump administration. So they want to see us negotiate. They want to see a spending agreement that, yes, reopens the government, addresses the health care cuts, provides some protections for federal agencies and federal workers from the rescissions that we've seen, from the illegal impoundment of federal funds where the Trump administration refuses to spend dollars that Congress actually funds and appropriates if they don't like that particular program. They want to see us accomplish all those things in a bipartisan negotiation.
Our guest is James Walkinshaw, a Democrat of Virginia. If you'd like to join our conversation and speak to him directly, you can do so. Our lines are by parties. Republicans, 202-748-8001. Democrats, 202-748-8000. And Independents, 202-748-8002. We have a line for federal workers. It's 202-748-8003. You serve on the Oversight Committee, and yesterday OMB put this on X. They said OMB is making every preparation to batten down the hatches and ride out the Democrats' intransigence, pay the troops, pay law enforcement, continue the rifts, and wait. We understand the pay the troops, the pay law enforcement. Where is that coming from, and where would that money be found, if at all? Do you have any idea?
I think that's a great question. I've read some reporting and speculation. And look, the Anti-Deficiency Act is very clear about what the administration can and cannot do during a shutdown. They cannot incur new obligations. They cannot expend money except when it's required to fulfill a constitutional duty or to preserve life and property. So I have a lot of questions about how they would intend to do that. You know, we've seen with the paying the troops an effort, and they haven't really explained it, to use unobligated funds at the Pentagon, for which the Appropriations Act have given some transfer authority. So it's possible that there's a legal mechanism to do that. I haven't seen a similar explanation for paying law enforcement, but I'd be eager to review it. They just haven't explained it.
Let's talk to callers now. Let's start with Vicki in Lincoln, Nebraska, Democrat. Good morning, Vicki.
Yes, good morning. I just want to compliment C-SPAN about how when people call in and complain about the other party, which I'm not going to do that, how you guys let them go on and on. This is what I love about C-SPAN. It's my favorite show because you let people be what they are. And this is a safe place for us to voice our opinions. And for the Democrat that's on, the gentleman, I would just like to thank you for what you're doing. I do believe the shutdown is something that has been caused by the Republicans and their revenge. I feel like it's just, we have to get back to doing the right thing for the people. And I want to thank you, sir, for what you do. And also, you might have somebody look into this. In Nebraska, it just hit the news recently about 11 people getting left out of a job at the state because they do collections, and we're owed like $100 million. So why would you get rid of people that's their job? You might want to look at that and have a Nebraska representative on and explain that to us.
All right, Vicki.
Thank you. I'm not aware of that situation in Nebraska, but we'll certainly look into it. Yeah, thank you.
Here's Melissa in Bloomfield, Iowa, Independent Line.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. Representative, I know we're all concerned about the shutdown and everything, but I'd like your opinion and to explain to everybody why there are a few independents and a Democrat in the Senate that is voting for this continuing resolution, which isn't adding any more money. It's just keeping the lights on and keeping the bills paid. Why you guys don't think it's important enough to vote for the so-called federal workers that you're worried about when all you're worried about is the illegals getting to stay on medical insurance. When I'm sorry, but they don't belong here. They need to go. They need to quit living off of all of us. All right, Melissa.
Well, thank you for the question. And I think if you look at the situation with respect to the shutdown right now, what has happened in the Senate is you have a Republican spending proposal, and from my perspective and the perspective of most Democrats, that proposal locks in devastating cuts to health care for Americans, especially Americans in rural communities. That proposal has failed in the Senate because it hasn't received 60 votes. There's also a Democratic proposal that Democrats have put on the table that would cancel the health care cuts, fund the government, provide some protections for the federal workers that I represent. I acknowledge that that Democratic proposal also doesn't have 60 votes in the Senate. I think most Americans out there across the country recognize when you have two competing proposals, neither of which have enough support to move forward, the logical thing to do, what we do in our families and our businesses and in our communities, is we sit down at a table like this and we bring those two proposals together and we try to negotiate a compromise and reach a middle ground. And that's what I and other Democrats here in Washington are trying to do. Unfortunately, our Republican colleagues are not willing to sit down at a table like this or a table in the Capitol to negotiate that kind of compromise.
Now, the caller asked you why you want to support a bill that would allow illegals onto medical insurance.
And I realize this is a talking point that some of my Republican colleagues have been saying and the president has been saying. It's flat out untrue. The Affordable Care Act exchanges, and that's fundamentally what we're talking about here with the tax credits that are expiring. Somebody who's undocumented or illegal, as a caller defined it, is not eligible. Not only are they not eligible for the tax credits that we're talking about, they're not eligible to be on the Affordable Care Act exchanges at all. So the folks that we're talking about who are going to have their health care premiums skyrocket, in some cases double or triple, are everyday Americans, just like the caller out there, like 19,000 folks that I represent in Virginia and tens of thousands of people in every congressional district across the country who are law-abiding, tax-paying citizens of the United States of America who, starting November 1st, are going to log in to healthcare.gov or their respective state exchanges and see that their premiums have skyrocketed. We're fighting to prevent that.
Congressman Walkinshaw, there is a provision in the Democrat plan to roll back the Medicaid cuts from the One Big Beautiful Bill. Wouldn't some of those rollbacks allow undocumented immigrants to access Medicaid?
No, undocumented immigrants are not eligible for comprehensive Medicaid or Medicare. I think the kernel of truth that some Republicans are using to advance this false assertion is that there is a program in Medicaid that allows for somebody who shows up at the emergency room, someone who has a serious injury or a serious illness, and because they don't have health insurance coverage if they're undocumented in this country, if they show up at the emergency room, in many cases a life-threatening situation, they can get that care at the emergency room.
This is EMTALA.
That's right.
But that's currently in place.
That's
I
right.
mean, that
That's
does
been
not
in place
go
since
away.
That's been in place since Ronald Reagan. That's right. And I think that is the kernel of truth that some Republicans are saying to assert that we are advocating to give more
Although
coverage for
there are some
undocumented.
states that have elected to offer Medicaid coverage to undocumented immigrants.
That's right. And states can make that decision on their own, and they could change that policy if they want to.
Here's M in Dayton, Ohio, Republican. Good morning, M.
Yes, I appreciate you letting me call, and you all have a very good day. But my concern is during this shutdown and why they're wanting to stop pay from all the federal employees and they are wanting to cut out the Medicare and Medicaid, Social Security, all this stuff. How are they able to send all this money to other countries? And why would they cut out medical needs for the United States citizens that have paid all their lives, that they have worked, into making tax cuts for the billionaires? What they're not saying is how much of a deficit that will add to our debt. If you look at how much tax breaks they're wanting to give, that is more cost to our debt than the medical part is.
All right.
And I have family.
Yep.
Well,
Let's get a response, Em.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And, you know, one of the things that makes me most angry, and I wasn't here when the Republicans in Congress passed the so-called Big Beautiful Bill that gave permanent tax cuts to corporations, 10 years of tax cuts to the wealthiest Americans, including billionaires, exploding and driving up the national debt and deficit. And today, those same Republicans who voted to do that, permanent tax cuts for corporations, long-term tax cuts for billionaires, aren't even willing to provide hardworking, middle-class, working-class Americans even a temporary extension of the enhanced premium tax credits to help them afford their health insurance. Look, this Republican Congress has been picking the pockets of hardworking Americans and lining the pockets of billionaires and corporations, and that needs to come to an end.
Annie, St. Petersburg, Florida, Democrat. Good morning, Annie.
Hello, good morning. It's so nice to have someone on here that you are a very brave person. Kudos to you. Thank you, and welcome to the House of Representatives. I'm calling to ask a couple questions. First off, my son's a Marine in San Diego. He has not received not a penny of money yet. Also, I was wondering how you feel about the congressman not being sworn in.
Yeah, thank you for your question, and thank your son for his service. I hope he'll get that paycheck today. Today is the 15th when our troops are supposed to get their paychecks. If that doesn't happen, he should reach out to his member of Congress and try to figure out what's going on there. Yeah, with respect to Congresswoman-elect Adelita Grijalva, who was elected in a special election several weeks ago. Look, I was elected on September 9th and sworn in the next day. And I was the 217th signature on the discharge petition that will force a vote to release the Epstein files. That petition needs 218 signatures for the vote to take place. Congresswoman-elect Grijalva will be, and she has said this, the 218th signature, which means we would proceed to a vote. I think it's quite clear that Speaker Johnson is not bringing the House back in session because he doesn't want to afford her the opportunity to sign that discharge petition and doesn't want to deal with the challenge that he knows a vote on the floor of the House to release those files would create. And he doesn't want to anger Donald Trump. For some reason, Donald Trump doesn't want us to know what's in the Epstein files, and it is an astounding thing that the House of Representatives has been on a multi-week recess just so we can avoid a vote on releasing those files.
We have a text from Ken in Seabrook, Texas. Why doesn't Congress just pass a law that prevents shutdowns when there is a budget impasse?
Well, there have been a number of proposals and discussions over the years about reforming the budget process. Foundationally, the Constitution lays out Congress's role in appropriating your taxpayer dollars and ensuring that those dollars can only be spent if Congress passes legislation. Your elected representatives pass legislation. I do think there can be reforms to streamline the budget process. The process that we're using now in Congress does date from the 70s. But at the end of the day, the Constitution gives Congress the power of the purse. From my perspective, some of my Republican colleagues have ceded much of that power to President Trump. And I think from a small d Democratic perspective, it's important that we preserve that as your elected representatives.
Akron, Ohio, independent line. Terry, you're on the air.
Yeah, thanks for the call, letting me call. I think the Republicans must think that the voters are stupid. When Donald Trump can make a deal, or the Republicans can make a deal, and then turn around and renege on it and just change it, I think that's really why the Democrats are holding the line. Please explain to the American people this whole rescission process. We can't trust the Republicans if they make a deal on something and then they can just turn around and say, "Oh well, we'll just change that money and send it somewhere else."
All right.
I think you should.
All right, Terry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a great point, Terry, and I'll try to explain what's been happening. As we discussed during this shutdown, for an appropriations bill or a continuing resolution to pass the Senate, it requires 60 votes because of the filibuster currently, which means there has to be a bipartisan negotiation. So from the perspective of Democrats, what's been happening throughout this Trump administration is that we've been participating in good faith in those negotiations and compromising on some of the.
We're going to leave this to hear from President Trump and FBI Director Kash Patel. They're holding a news conference this afternoon in the Oval Office, as you can see. This is live coverage on C-SPAN.
It's great to be in this beautiful Oval Office. It never looked so nice. We're getting great compliments, and you see outside how that's come out. It's been great. We make a lot of improvements to the White House, and we're doing that. One of the things you should be looking at is the Palm Court, because that's been totally redone. So we like to preserve and make better the White House, and that's really what's happened, and we're getting tremendous reviews, and we appreciate it. But we're here for a different reason. It's called Operation Summer Heat, which is an appropriate term in light of what we're doing. And early yesterday morning, I returned from the Middle East, where we celebrated a historic agreement to end years of suffering and conflict. Amazing. Every country came together. I mean, even the enemies came out and totally endorsed it. Everybody, I've never seen anything like it. Nobody's seen anything like it. And just as we are forging, also restoring peace and safety and stability at home. And you see that in Washington, D.C., maybe better than any place, because we got there, and within 12 days it was very good. And within 30 days, it's been as safe as any city in the country. It's been great. Took out 1,700 people, got them out. These are career criminals in many cases, and people that shouldn't have been allowed in by the Biden administration. Historically, the summer months have been a time when violent crime soar, as you know, but not under President Trump. Today, we're announcing the results of a sweeping law enforcement effort known as Operation Summer Heat. We were in many cities that people didn't know about. We kept it a little quiet, and it had a big impact, and you'll hear that in a second. But over the past few months, FBI offices in all 50 states made crushing violent crime a top enforcement priority. That's what they did, rounding up and arresting thousands of the most violent and dangerous criminals. And these are among the most dangerous and violent people in the world. They were allowed, in many cases, not in all cases, but in many cases, they were allowed in by a very foolish, actually stupid, open border policy. Just anybody could have come in. They emptied out their jails, their prisons, their mental institutions. They emptied them into our country. And the people behind me have done an incredible job, because if we didn't have that administration, it would have been so much easier. They allowed millions of people in this country that shouldn't have been allowed, including over 11,000 murderers, half of whom murdered more than one person. And many of them are gone now, or they're put in prison, because we don't want to have them come back. So we literally put them in our prison, which we don't want to do. But we bring them back to their countries. Working with state and local partners, the FBI arrested over 8,000 violent criminals during the course of this period. In major cities like in New Orleans, Nashville, we saw a 250% increase in arrests. And we really went after the bad ones. These include 725 individuals wanted for violent crimes against children and murderers. These arrests are in addition to the work of our historic federal task forces that Make D.C. Safe Task Force has been unbelievable. I mean, the job they've done, it's incredible. And it's been so nice because so many people, they're going out to dinner and they're having dinners. They didn't go out for 4 years. And now they're going out 3 times a week. Restaurants are opening. Restaurants are full. And usually that means a lot of good things. But restaurants that were closed are now opening up. And everybody's happy. It's nobody's ever seen anything like it, actually. And everybody feels safe. You can have a child walk right through the middle of Washington, D.C., and nothing's going to happen. We were losing more than one person a week in Washington. They're being killed on an average of over 1 a week. The Make D.C. Safe Task Force has been incredible. And the Make Memphis Safe Task Force is having very similar results. It's much earlier, but we've been there for a week and a half, but I'm hearing the results are pretty incredible, and you'll hear about that. They're mobilizing more than 20 federal agencies for the largest law enforcement operation targeting violent criminals in American history. As a result of these efforts, violent crime declined nearly 20% nationwide compared to the same period last year, and it was the safest and most peaceful summer in 2 decades. And honestly, we haven't really even gotten going yet. If we didn't have to fight all of these radical left governors, we could have had Chicago taken care of, as an example. They had, in a short period of time, 4,000 murders in Chicago, and we have to listen to this man stand up and say that we're bad people. And the people of Chicago are walking around with MAGA hats. You have women, beautiful black women, walking around with MAGA hats. Please let the president in, and we don't care how he does it. They're not interested in National Guard or Army, Navy, bring them in, Marines, bring in the Marines. They just want the crime to stop, and more so because of the success that we had in D.C. I think if we didn't have that success, nobody would even believe it. So I want to congratulate all of the incredible law enforcement professionals joining us today, especially Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's terrific, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who is a fantastic legal talent. He really is. He's a great guy, too. And, of course, FBI Director Kash Patel. They have worked so hard on this and other things. Since the start of the administration, the FBI has arrested over 23,000 violent criminals, more than double the number arrested in the final year of the Biden disaster. The FBI has also destroyed or severely disrupted more than 170 organized criminal enterprises and gangs, 1,600 of the most violent gangs, and confiscated over 6,000 illegal firearms. And they've tracked down and arrested 4 fugitives on the most wanted list, 4 of the most wanted. Actually, 2 of them were the most wanted fugitives in the world. There's still much more work to be done, which is why the FBI continues to work alongside the Department of Justice, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of War to defend. And Pete Hegseth has been fantastic, by the way, on this too, on other things, but on this too, to defend law and order and combat violent crime, arrest illegal aliens, and make American cities the safest in the world. And when I campaigned, I talked about crime, but I never knew that we were going to get into it like we did. You know, I mean, I used to watch these cities with the murders. Chicago recently had one deal where they had 11 murders in one weekend, and they said, well, yeah, but it was a holiday weekend. They actually told me that was the reason, like it was okay because it was a holiday. It was Labor Day. These people are the worst. They really have to, they better, I tell you what, the people in Chicago and the people in places like that can be fixed. At some point, it gets to where you can't fix it anymore. It's too far gone. And we have some cities like that. But these are great cities that can be fixed. I'm going to be strongly recommending, at the request of government officials, which is always nice, that you start looking at San Francisco. I think we can make San Francisco, there's one of our great cities 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and now it's a mess. And we have great support in San Francisco, so I'd like to recommend that for inclusion, maybe in your next group. You'll get great support. Every American deserves to live in a community where they're not afraid of being mugged, murdered, robbed, raped, assaulted, or shot. And that's exactly what our administration is working to deliver. I didn't realize I was going to make this such a big factor in the I didn't really campaign. I campaigned on crime, but I never thought we'd go into every city and take a really safe city that we've all been living with for years and make them safe. And now it's like a passion for me, and it's a passion for the people behind me. So I didn't get elected. I did get elected for crime, but I didn't get elected for what we're doing. This is many, many steps above. And I want to thank Stephen Miller, who's right back in the audience right there. I'd love to have him. I love watching him on television. I'd love to have him come up and explain his true feelings, but maybe not his truest feelings. That might be going a little bit too far. But, Stephen, thank you for doing an unbelievable job. And the people of this country love you, I'll tell you, and they love what you say about crime and stopping crime. So now I'd like to ask Director Patel to say a few words, and then Pam and Todd also. And I just want to congratulate them. This is an amazing thing, and we're just at the start. We're going to go into other cities that we're not talking about purposely. We're getting ready to go in. And when they go in, like Kash as an example told me that people didn't even know, 5 months ago they went into Chicago, and they started doing a lot of work in Chicago, and we brought the numbers down a little bit, and but that really was just preparatory work for what we're going to do with the surge. We're going to have a surge of strong, good people, patriots, and they're going to go in, they straighten it all out. So a lot of these cities we're already working on, but we don't do it with a big flavor. But in a little while, you're going to see some numbers that you're not going to believe. And I think you'll probably start with Memphis, because I'm hearing the numbers are much quicker than we even thought possible. But again, D.C. it speaks for itself. Chicago is going to be okay. We're going to save Chicago. And I told you, and I told them, a very respected man, the head of the Union Pacific, said, "Sir, save Chicago. It can be saved." And the way he said it, it was like, can you believe it? We're trying to save Chicago. But I understood exactly what he wants, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to save all of our cities, and we're going to make them essentially crime-free, like other countries have crime-free. If you go all over the world, you go to the world, you hear Afghanistan and you hear all these different places. Our crime in certain cities is worse than anything they can even imagine, and we're not going to have that any longer. It's going to stop, and it stops right here. Kash, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. What I'd like to do is just highlight some of the outstanding work that the men and women of the FBI have been doing. And thanks to your brave leadership and the mandate you were given by the American people not only defend the homeland but crush violent crime, you tasked us with our great partners at the Department of Justice and the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General to start making arrests and bring prosecutions and safeguard our cities. And you said it. This is just the beginning. In just 7 months, I hope the media takes a look at every one of these charts, because these are the best numbers for fighting crime in U.S. history, and it's only 7 months in. And to do that, our vehicle to do it of choice was Operation Summer Heat, which the FBI architected to go after violent criminals. And in just a 3-month span, you had 8,700 arrests of violent criminals. You had 2,200 firearms seized off the streets permanently to safeguard our communities. You had 421 kilograms of fentanyl seized. Just to put that in perspective, that's enough to kill 55 million Americans alone. You had 45,000 kilograms of cocaine seized, and thanks to our Department of Justice partners, you had 2,100 indictments in 3 months, from June to September alone. Mr. President, that in and of itself would be historic for a 4-year presidency. You did that in 7 months because you let good cops be cops, and you partnered us with the right people at the Department of Justice to put the handcuffs on and bring them to court and put them in prison. And if that weren't enough, when you look at the year, for the entire 7-month period that we're talking about here, if you look at the past 4 years of the Biden administration, 16,000, 17,000, 15,000, 15,000. That's the number of arrests year over year of violent felons in this country for the Biden administration. Mr. President, in 7 months, you have 28,600 arrests of violent felons in just 7 months alone, because of your leadership and the dedication of the men and women at the FBI who want to go out there and do the job they were prevented from doing, because that department used to be weaponized and politicized. And this is what happens when you take out the fangs of weaponization. This number is historic by every metric. 28,000 people have been arrested, violent felons alone. And then when you go over there and look at some of these charts, if you don't mind, I'll just hop over here. Look at the metrics for not just violent crime, but the homeland. Mr. President, during your administration, the FBI has found and located 5,400 children. That is a 30% increase year to date over the last administration. Violent crimes against children arrests alone are up 10%. Gang arrests are up 210% in the last 7 months alone. And transnational organized crime, which Stephen Miller has been a great partner in, is up over 12% alone. These numbers are historic just as a snapshot. But just so people don't think we're focusing on violent crime alone, the national security mission, Mr. President, under your leadership has never been stronger. We have gone after espionage activities against our main counterparts in China, Russia, and Iran. In China alone, we've had over a 50% increase in espionage arrests alone and prosecutions. In Iran, we have had a 50% increase, again, in espionage cases. And in Russia, we've had a 33% increase in espionage cases alone. When it comes to counterterrorism, year to date, we have 125 arrests this year versus 100 last year, year to date alone. And when it comes to the cyber criminal activities, which are some of the largest enterprises plaguing everyday Americans, we at the FBI have put out a mission to go after cyber criminals like never before. Last year, they had, in total, 191. This year, you already have 252 arrests. 52 arrests of violent cyber criminals who are stealing from senior citizens, who are violating our children's rights and freedoms, and who are violating everyday Americans. These programs are record. And two of the things I'll finish with that I'm most proud of, Mr. President, this FBI. Fentanyl. As you know, it's a scourge that is killing our youth, 100,000 plus a year. To date, the FBI has seized 1,900 kilograms of fentanyl. That's enough lethal doses to kill 127 million Americans alone. To date. And if that weren't enough, Mr. President, you said we have to go after the worst of the worst. And you empowered our Department of Justice, our Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General, and the Deputy Director at the FBI, led the charge, not just on summer heat, but he also led the charge in the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives. These people have been on the run for years. And in 7 months, you captured not one, not two, not three, but 4 of the FBI's most top 10 fugitives. 4. And just to put that in perspective, Mr. President, the Biden administration captured 4 in all of 4 years. You're on 7, and we're going to get to 10. We're going to get to 10 of 10. This includes a lady who murdered her 6-year-old handicapped child and fled to India. We got her in 2 months. This includes a narco trafficker. This includes a sex trafficker. This includes another first-degree murderer and gangbanger. These people were on the run because of the prior administration's reckless policies that destroyed our communities, and you came in and with a mandate said, go after the worst of the worst. This is just the beginning. This is what happens when you let good cops be good cops at the FBI. Mr. President, I just want to thank you for your incredible leadership, our brave partnership with prosecutors who know how to bring cases and make sure these arrests stick. And that's what the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General have led the charge across this country, because arrests without prosecutions are meaningless. We are deterring criminals from doing this activity. We are preventing criminals from coming into America, and we are absolutely crushing violent crime like never before and defending this homeland, sir. And not to mention, I almost forgot this one, it took you, sir, 2 weeks to get the Abbey Gate bomber. Joe Biden had 4 years to look for him. You got him in 2 weeks, thanks to the interagency effort by the FBI and the CIA, went to Pakistan, and now 13 brave warriors who were senselessly murdered because of disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal. They have justice, their families have a peace of mind, and we're going to continue to find the others, Mr. President. On behalf of the FBI, sir, I just want to thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Great job. Very good. Very impressive. Ken?
President Trump, the men and women of law enforcement say 2 things to me repeatedly. First, you have taken the handcuffs off them and let them do their jobs, and you let cops be cops. That's why all this is happening. The director, the deputy director are working around the clock. All of these great men and women in the FBI, they have families at home, and they are working during a government shutdown right now. Many of them have small children. Many of them, I was talking to an agent this morning, many of them have babies at home, and they are working around the clock to not only keep our country, but our world safe. And that's what Operation Summer Heat did. Thank you, Director, and to the Deputy Director for everything you did on behalf of the Department of Justice, and you're going to continue to keep doing. And they set the stage for what we're doing in Memphis. You're going to hear a lot more about that, our joint task force next week, but they set the stage for Memphis. And last night alone in Memphis, there were almost 70 arrests. There were 12 guns seized. And there was a 70-year-old man arrested as a result of our operation in Memphis who raped a child under the age of 3. That one case makes everything we're doing worthwhile. So thank you all for being here on behalf of both of us. Thank you, President Trump.
Thank you. Todd, you want to say something?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. So this is a great day, and I think there's stats that the director talked about which are important, but I want to give 2 examples of what summer heat has done that actually will apply hopefully to everybody in this room. The first is for over 4 years during the last administration, there was a hotel in a town, the middle of a town in Alaska, that was being run as a drug den. There were over 1,000 calls to 911 over 4.5 year period. There were multiple violent crimes, drug dealers, overdoses, and murders at this one hotel, ruining a community. Summer heat went in there. It's not only arrested all the participants that were controlling the hotel, but seized the hotel. And so that's one example of what summer heat means to everyday Americans that just want to live in peace. The second example is a large narcotics trafficking group that was selling fentanyl in the state of Washington. They were shipping fentanyl and using commercial aircraft, putting fentanyl pills and powder in suitcases, flying them from the southwest border, mostly Arizona, all the way to Washington. It had been going on for an extremely long time, and the entire organization was arrested. And I say those 2 examples because it's easy to look at the board and see 1,000 arrests. How much different is our communities now compared to the past 4 years? But there's actual life examples. Every one of these arrests means that our streets are safer, and that's because of the work of this administration, of President Trump and Director Patel. So I will tell you, Attorney General Bondi and I are together every day with Director Patel, figuring out ways that we can continue to do this work, and it's not going to stop. Like the Attorney General said, and like the President said, this is just the beginning, or phase 1, or a start, whatever you want to say, but it will continue on. So thank you, Mr. President, and thank you very much, Director Patel.
And Mr. President, just one last thank you from the men and women at the FBI. You found a way to get these individuals paid during a government shutdown, our 1811 agents. So on behalf of the FBI, it's a great debt that we owe you, sir. They're now allowed to pay for their families, so thank you.
And the military. Good.
That's right.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, please? Brian, go ahead.
First of all, I know the feedback I'm getting from the American people, but they want to say thank you. Law and order is not an option in this country. It's a mandate. So I know the American people thank you for that. In terms of the guns that have been taken off the street, do you have a number of how many guns were taken away from someone that had a prior felony or a previous crime that perhaps we can prosecute that? Because I know that wasn't the case of Joe Biden.
We don't take guns off the streets of people that are allowed to have guns. So every gun that we're taking off the street is because it belongs to somebody who is not allowed to have it. Could be a felon, could be somebody who hears illegally. There's all sorts of conditions. But if there's a gun taken off the streets by the FBI, it's because the person who has it is not allowed to. It's not somebody who's lawfully allowed to have it. So every single one of those guns were taken off of people that aren't allowed to have them.
And not including the FBI, all of the other agencies. ATF alone since January 20th has removed over 25,000 illegal guns off our streets just since President Trump's been in office.
And Mr. President, if I could follow up on that, could there be any further conversation to have national concealed carry applied to actual D.C.? Like if you had a driver's license in Texas and you had a permit, of course you could drive.
Well, as you know, they've been talking about that for a long time. It's an interesting question. A lot of people feel strongly both ways, but we are talking about that, Brian. Thank you.
Mr. President, on Venezuelan boats, I want to ask you, why not have the Coast Guard stop them, which it is empowered by law to do? You know, this way you can confirm who's on the boat and ensure that they're doing what you suspect.
Because we've been doing that for 30 years, and it has been totally ineffective. They have faster boats. Some of these boats are seriously, I mean, they're world-class speedboats, but they're not faster than missiles. But we've been trying to do that for years, and so much of the drugs, 25–30%, would come in through the seas. Right now we have, I would say, none coming in through the seas. In fact, I don't know about the fishing industry. If you want to go fishing, a lot of people aren't deciding to even go fishing. We've almost totally stopped it by sea. Now we'll stop it by land.
What's the next
But
step?
it never worked. It never worked when you did it in a very politically correct manner.
What's the next step in this war on cartels, and are you considering options? Are you considering strikes on land?
Well, I don't want to tell you exactly, but we are certainly looking at land now because we've got the sea very well under control. We've had a couple of days where there isn't a boat to be found. Then that, I view that as a good thing, not a bad thing. But we had tremendous amounts coming in by boats, by very expensive boats. You know, they have a lot of money, very fast, very expensive boats that were pretty big. And the way you look at it is every boat that we knock out, we save 25,000 American lives. So every time you see a boat and you feel badly, you say, wow, that's rough. It is rough, but if you lose 3 people and save 25,000 people, these are people that are killing our population. Every boat is saving 25,000 lives, and you can see it. The boats get hit, and you see that fentanyl all over the ocean. It's like floating in bags. It's all over the place, and it's a tremendous. We're saving tremendous amounts of lives.
Yeah, Mr. President, on that issue, I know you've talked about. I have a question for you, and then I also have a question for Director Patel. I know you talked about having some distaste for Boston recently. Is this one of the cities that you might be looking into, and can you give us a hint about other cities that you might be?
You're saying for where? For where?
For Boston.
Yeah. Well, Boston has a bad mayor who at least is a reasonable IQ person. You know, most of them are low IQ. But, and they're so bad. I mean, what's going on in Chicago is just, you'd think the guy would say, hey, look, we have a problem, Mr. President. Could you come in and straighten it out? We could have that done in a month if we had their cooperation. It's going to be done anyway, but we could have it done in a month. Yeah, Boston, she's got 4 areas that are, wrong. And, somebody said, would we think about taking the World Cup away from Boston if they don't straighten it out? And the answer is yes, we have the right to do that with FIFA. So if we think that L.A. is going to be bad, or we think that applies a little bit to the Olympics too, but we'll talk about FIFA first. FIFA is very hot. If we think there's any reason that, whether it's Boston or anywhere else, that they're not doing their job, we're going to take those World Cup games and move them someplace else.
Thank you. And then Director Patel, there's been so many conspiracy theories swirling around about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Do you have any updates for us, especially in light of all the online content that everyone's been talking about?
The only thing we deal with at the FBI and the Department of Justice is facts. We delivered at record speed a manhunt to capture Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin in 33 hours. And if you put that in perspective, to Luigi Mangione with the Boston bomber, they took them 5 days and a police officer lost their life in their manhunt. We are running on absolutely every single lead, and the best thing we can do to honor my friend Charlie Kirk's life is to make sure that everyone involved is prosecuted to the full extent of the law, and that's what we're focused on, investigating the facts, not trading in conspiracy theories.
Okay.
Mr. President, thank you so much.
Thank you.
In light of China's export curbs on rare earths, do you view India as a reliable partner going forward? And are you planning to meet Prime Minister Modi in Malaysia? Are you open to talks in terms of...
Yeah, sure. He's a friend of mine. We have a great relationship. He just said that 2 days ago, as you know. We have a great relationship. No, we were not happy with him buying oil from Russia, because that lets Russia continue on with this ridiculous war where they've lost 1.5 million people, by the way. Russia's lost 1.5 million people, soldiers mostly. This is a war that should have never started, but it's a war that Russia should have won in the first week, and they're going into the 4th year. And I want to see it stop. So I was not happy that India was buying oil. And he assured me today that they will not be buying oil from Russia. That's a big stop. Now I got to get China to do the same thing. You know, that is relatively easy compared to what we just did over the last week in the Middle East. Middle East was 3,000 years, and we got it done. This is 3 years, and I think we'll get it done. I think that President Putin, I think he wants to get it done. We'll see. There's a great animosity between him and Zelensky. You probably have noticed, right? And it's, I think it's hurting the process. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, thank you. Curious, why did you authorize the CIA to go into Venezuela? And is there more information you can share about these strikes on the alleged?
Well, I can't do that, but I authorized for 2 reasons, really. Number one, they have emptied their prisons into the United States of America. They came in through the Well, they came in through the border. They came in because we had an open border policy. And as soon as I heard that, I said, a lot of these countries, they're not the only country, but they're the worst abuser. And they've entered there, they've allowed thousands and thousands of prisoners, mental institution, people from mental institutions, insane asylums, emptied out into the United States. We're bringing them back. But that's a really bad, and they did it at a level that probably not, many countries have done it, but not like Venezuela. They were down and dirty. And the other thing are drugs. We have a lot of drugs coming in from Venezuela. And a lot of the Venezuelan drugs come in through the sea, so you get to see that. But we're going to stop them by land also.
Does the CIA have authority to take out Maduro?
Oh, I don't want to answer a question like that. That's a ridiculous question for me to be given. Not really a ridiculous question, but wouldn't it be a ridiculous question for me to answer? But I think Venezuela is feeling heat, but I think a lot of other countries are feeling heat too. We're not going to let this country, our country, be ruined because other people want to drop, as you say, their worst. They have given us their worst. They've loaded up our country with prisoners, with mentally ill people that are seriously ill, criminally ill. And we're not going to take it. And so, I mean, it's just one of those things. And I can tell you, we've taken care of the sea. There's nobody, and we're watching. We're watching. And if we see it, we'll save it. Yeah, please.
On the ships, though, sir, there are Republicans and Democrats up on the Hill concerned that in the briefings they've gotten about those attacks, they're not necessarily getting information about who was on them and what exactly was on those ships. Can you ensure that?
But they are given information that they were loaded up with drugs, and that's the thing that matters. When they're loaded up with drugs, they're fair game. And every one of those ships they're not ships, they're boats, they're speedboats. They're extremely fast, record-setting type speedboats. They cost a lot of money, and they have a lot of money because they're drug sellers. But they know one thing, and they all have the same thing in common. There's drug dust. They call it drug dust. They call it fentanyl dust all over the boat after those bombs go off. And you can take along.
Attack them, though, that they're.
We know before. We know when they go out. We know we have much information about each boat that goes out. Deep, strong information. Yeah, please.
So you're going to have Volodymyr Zelensky here this week. What is your message at this stage of the war for him? And shy of tomahawks...
To who is that?
For Zelensky.
Yeah.
And shy of tomahawks for Ukraine, are you considering other options, and will you speak with Vladimir Putin about
No, we're looking at other options. We are. President Zelensky's coming in. I'm not a fan of the war. I'm not a fan of the way it started. It should have never happened. It wouldn't have started if I were president. The election was rigged. And because of that, we lost a lot of lives have been lost because of that war. Not American lives, but if I can save a lot of lives, that's why I'm in it. I want to save lives. I've had 8 wars. The Prime Minister of Pakistan got up the other day, said so beautifully, says, you saved millions of lives. He told that to a group of people right in this office. He said the president saved millions of lives. And I think what he's referring to is the fact that that would have been with India a nuclear war. That was getting very close. You know, 7 planes, they don't talk about it, but 7 aircraft were shot down. In fact, we have the new ambassador to India right here. They're well represented. You better represent us, not them, okay? But Sergio's going to do a great job. He's going to do a great job. But, no, we'll be talking about the war with him, and we'll be talking about, I mean, they want to go offensive. I'll make a determination on that, but they would like to go offensive, you know that, and we'll have to make a determination.
Question given about the FBI director and Attorney General here today. Jim Jordan has asked Jack Smith to appear in front of the House Judiciary.
You mean deranged, Jack? He's a deranged individual, yeah.
He's asked him to.
Well, they should. I'm surprised it takes so long. You know, we're talking about violent crime. What about the crime against a political opponent? That's what we have to talk about, too.
I would like to understand the full extent to which the Biden-Harris Justice Department weaponized federal law enforcement. What do you think the committee will find out, Mr. Smith?
I think it was the worst weaponization of a political opponent in the history of the world, let alone this country. And I hope that everybody's, you know, they're involved in it. I'm not. I'm the one that had to suffer through it and ultimately win. But what they did was criminal. Deranged Jack Smith, in my opinion, is a criminal. And I noticed his interviewer was, I think that was Weissman. And I hope they're going to look into Weissman, too. Weissman's a bad guy. And he had somebody in, Lisa, who was his puppet, worked in the office really as the top person. And I think that she should be looked at very strongly. There was tremendous criminal activity having to do. If we don't have fair elections in this country, we're not going to have a country. And I've said it from the beginning, fair elections and borders. And we need also fair press, because if you don't have fair press, it's very tough. And we've got the strongest border of anybody. Nobody has a border. We have a border where the numbers just came out again. You saw 0 people came in illegally. Now, we do take people into our country legally, but 0 people. But, you know, you're talking about a different subject. You're talking about political crime. They have committed massive political crime. I hope they're looking at Shifty Schiff. I hope they're looking at all these people. And I'm allowed to find out. I'm allowed to, you know, I'm, in theory, the chief law enforcement officer. But I have a very good, talented group. This is about something else. But I hope they're looking at political crime, because there's never been so much political crime against a political opponent as what I had to go through. They raided my house in Florida. It was an illegal raid. I have a lawsuit that was doing very well. And when I became president, I said, I'm sort of suing myself. I don't know. How do you settle the lawsuit? I'll say, give me X dollars, right? And I don't know what to do with the lawsuit. It's a great lawsuit. And now I won. It sort of looks bad. I'm suing myself, right? So I don't know. But that was a lawsuit that was very strong, very powerful. They raided illegally my house in Florida, Mar-a-Lago. They went through the drawers of my young son. They went through all of the cabinets and drawers of the First Lady. She walked in, she said, wow, what happened? Because she's very meticulous, and this wasn't so meticulous. As she looked into the drawers and she saw everything a mess. It's what they did against a person that just got out of office. And then you look at these corrupt people. You look at Hunter Biden. You look at the signature. As an example, the Europen. I just signed so many different things. An admiral, a 4-star general. I'm signing them left and right, the commissions. And by the way, I want to compliment John Thune and also Mike, our great speaker. But John Thune, all of a sudden I'm getting these things by the hundreds. I was getting one every 2 weeks. It would have been 4 years before you got them in more. You would have had some that didn't even get in, all because of Democrat obstruction. So John Thune did a great job. I must have signed 200 into the administration. We're just about caught up. It's amazing. And so compliments to John. He had to do some things that were very tough to do that he didn't want to do, but he was forced to do it by the Democrats. And as far as the shutdown's concerned, this is a Democrat Schumer shutdown. And he's trying to do it to get relevance back into the party because he's a loser. I've known him all his life. He's always been sort of a loser, but an intelligent one. But I think he's losing IQ points with time. I think that happens. I hope it hasn't happened with me. I know if it did, you guys will let me know about it very quickly.
Question on violent crime, sir. Here in D.C., a judge has given the 2 teenagers that beat up ex-Doge staffer Big Balls probation.
It's incredible.
And no jail time. Is this justice?
Jeanine Pirro is doing a fantastic job, and she is beside herself because you have these radical left judges that they beat the hell out of this guy. And there was many people against this one guy who was really trying to protect his girlfriend. He didn't want his hooded over the door but they really beat him up badly. That just happened, right? Yeah. Wow, that's terrible. I think the judge should be ashamed of himself. That's a big problem. You know, they can do their job and then they go into a court and the people are protected by these, I don't know where they come from. Where do these people come from? Where do the judges come from? I want to compliment on behalf of Pam and Todd and all of us because Kash, I think that Jeanine has done a fantastic job. And the case I heard was like flawless. It's a flawless case. They have them on tape. They have everything. And then a judge gives them a little probation. These are rough guys. And they're young. And if that happens, they're going to grow up. They're going to be real bad. They're going to cause a lot of problems. Yeah, please. Go ahead.
So, Sergio Gore has just gotten back from India. What were the conversations like with Prime Minister Modi and the other?
I think they were great. He reported to me that he's a great man, you know. Modi is a great man. That he loves Trump. Now, I don't know if the word love, I don't want you to take that any different. I don't want to destroy his political career, okay? But you have to understand, I've watched India for years. It's an incredible country. And every single year you'd have a new leader. I mean, some would be in there for a few months, and this was year after year after year. And my friend has been there now for a long time, and he's assured me there will be no oil purchased from Russia. I don't know, maybe that's a breaking story. Can I say that? Would you say? There will be no oil. He's not buying his oil from Russia. It started. You know, you can't do it immediately. It's a little bit of a process, but the process is going to be over with soon. And all we want from President Putin is stop this. Stop killing Ukrainians and stop killing Russians, because he's killing a lot of Russians. Again, it doesn't make him look good. It's a war that he should have won in 1 week, and he's now going into his 4th year. That does not make this big so-called war machine look good. But he could make a settlement. We're willing to settle. I thought we had a deal. The hatred of the two leaders is very, you know, it's an obstacle. It's an obstacle. There's no question about it. But I thought we had a deal 2 months ago. Who would think I created peace in the Middle East and can't get the two guys to settle? But I think we'll get them. But if India doesn't buy oil, it makes it much easier. And they're not going to buy. They assured me they will. Within a short period of time, they will not be buying oil from Russia. And they'll go back to Russia after the war's over. Jennifer?
On the shutdown, sir, are FBI officials being paid right now? Are all the FBI employees being paid, and are all the...
Well, that's what I understand. I hope so.
Thanks to your great work, Mr. President, the 1811 special agents at the FBI are going to receive their paychecks.
Got a lot of people paid, actually. We got the people that we want paid, okay? And we want the FBI paid, we want the military paid. We got the people that we want paid. And I'll tell you, the Democrats, they don't talk about this. You know, we're getting rid of programs that we didn't like, but that were negotiated in, but we didn't like. We're terminating those programs, and they're going to be terminated on a permanent basis. And it's thousands of people, and it's you know, billions of dollars. We're getting rid of a lot of things that we never wanted because of the fact that they made this stupid move. And they don't want to talk about it. You know, they have their day coming up. I hear very few people are going to be there, by the way. But they have their day coming up, and they want to have their day in the sun. But they should really make a deal. So what we're doing, I mean, they call him Darth Vader, but he's actually a very nice person, Russell Vogt. But Russell Vogt is really terminating tremendous numbers of Democrat projects. There's not only jobs, I mean, the project in Manhattan, the project in New York, it's billions and billions of dollars that Schumer has worked 20 years to get. It's terminated. Tell him it's terminated, Jennifer. All right.
On Hamas, sir, what is your understanding of the pace of returning the deceased hostages? Are you pleased?
Well, they're looking for them. Absolutely. They're looking. So we have the living hostages all back. They returned some more today. It's a gruesome process. I almost hate to talk about it. But they're digging. They're actually digging. There are areas where they're digging and they're finding a lot of bodies. Then they have to separate the bodies. You wouldn't believe this. And some of those bodies have been in there a long time. And some of them are under rubble. They have to remove rubble. But there are graves, and some are in tunnels that died in tunnels that are way down under the earth. And the tunnels are like 3 feet. Can you believe it? 3 feet high. They lived like this for a long period of time. It's a horrible atrocity. At the same time, we, meaning Israel, but I knew everything they were doing pretty much. I knew most of the things they were doing, but they've killed probably 70,000 of these people, Hamas. And I said, it's time now. So we'll see what happens. We'll also see what happens. Your next question is going to be the weapons. We want the weapons to be given up, sacrificed, and they've agreed to do it. Now they have to do it, and if they don't do it, we'll do it.
We had the head of CENTCOM today suggest that Hamas needs to hurry up and disarm and follow your comprehensive plan.
Yeah.
That it was the head of CENTCOM saying that. Is that not a signal to Hamas, to the rest of the world, that at some point the U.S. military may more directly engage?
We won't need the U.S. military. We won't need it. We're not just because we're very much involved in it. If we weren't involved, there wouldn't be peace. If we didn't destroy the nuclear capability of Iran, that deal would have never happened for two reasons. The Arab nations would not have felt bold enough to do it because you have a very powerful, at that time, Iran. It's not powerful anymore, between what Israel and us did, because, you know, the attack was, if you look at it, we helped them very much. They will be the first to tell you, including shooting down thousands of drones that were coming into Israel. You know, we shot them down. We were shooting them down like it was target practice, but we shot down thousands of drones and missiles also going into Israel. But between what we did to Iran that way with the, you know, conventional, we will call it, and what that see that beautiful plane, that B-2, I noticed it on the desk. I always thought it was beautiful, but I never understood it. Now I understand. It took in hundreds of thousands of bombs in the form of two, but hundreds of thousands of pounds of bombs. And every single bomb hit perfectly. Then they sent Tomahawks in. They sent 30 Tomahawks on top of it. And that was totally, you know, CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't as bad as, you know, as Trump said, because I said obliterated. Obliterated is not a strong enough word, actually. And you saw the Atomic Energy Commission came out and said the word obliteration is very, very, think of it. They came in under potential fire. They entered Iran airspace late at night, in the dark, no moon. The moon was low for a reason. What time we picked it. Couldn't see anything. And they hit every target, and they weren't hit. Nobody saw that plane. That plane is stealth. Nobody saw it. The problem with that is it may be stealth today, but tomorrow it won't be. And we just ordered about 20 brand new B-2 bombers. It's unbelievable as a weapon. I know Putin, when I was riding with him in Alaska, we passed a lot of them. And he said, that really did the trick. I said, yeah, it did. It's amazing. The flying wing.
But you still see no reason for the U.S. military to get involved in Gaza?
No, I don't see that. No, I think we're going to handle it very well. We'll be helping Israel. But we have other countries that are now. You know, we signed, many countries signed. And many of those countries relatively are very strong military powers. And Hamas has no support. See, Hamas had the support of Iran. And now Iran says, don't get us involved. The last time they got them involved didn't work out too well. So they used to have the support of Iran. Today, Iran they're trying to survive. You know, when I heard the reports 2 weeks ago, Iran's looking to build a nuclear weapon, I said, don't worry about it. They got a lot of things they want to do before nuclear weapons. I said, the last thing they want to do is a nuclear weapon. It didn't work out. And if they did a nuclear weapon before they got even close, that site would be attacked and it would be wiped out. Yeah.
Mr. President, you're meeting with President Xi in a few weeks.
Yeah.
If you can't come to an agreement or a deal at that meeting, are we in for a sustained trade war with China?
Well, you're in one now. Look, we have 100% tariff. If we didn't have tariffs, we would be exposed as being a nothing. We would have no defense. You know, they've used tariffs on us. But we've never had anybody sitting in that chair that felt the need to do it. And they've allowed us to be $37 trillion in debt, et cetera, et cetera. Tariffs are a very important tool for our defense, for our national security. If we don't have tariffs, we're not going to have national security. As an example, if you look at Pakistan and Iran, I told them I was in the midst of negotiating a trade deal with Iran, and Pakistan was going to be in line. And because of tariffs, they all want to negotiate much differently. We were making a good deal. And then I heard that they're shooting at each other. And I said during one of my conversations, are you guys going to go to war? Two nuclear powers. We are thinking about. I said, here's the deal. You go to war, I'm going to put a 200% tariff. I'm going to stop you from doing any business in the United States. I said it to both of them. Within 24 hours, the war ended. That would have been a nuclear war. And again, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, who was here 2 weeks ago, said that man saved many millions of lives in front of a whole group of people because he thought it was going to be war. But when it came to war or having to pay massive tariffs, the tariffs overrode. That's why it's so important. Not only the money, we're taking in trillions of dollars, not only the money, the power to keep peace, the power to be used for good is enormous. But a lot of people didn't understand tariffs. It's also made us very rich. We have a big case coming up in the Supreme Court, and I will tell you, that's one of the most important cases in the history of our country. Because if we don't win that case, we will be weakened, troubled, financial mess for many, many years to come. I don't even know if survivable is a good term. And if we do, we're going to be the most powerful economic country in the world. And all we're doing is using them as a defense against what took place for many years. China would charge us tariffs. It was incredible, but we weren't allowed to charge. And we're allowed to do whatever we want. We just had presidents that didn't want to do it for whatever reason. And it was nothing. But of the 8 wars, I was saying 7, of the 8 wars, I would say tariffs are directly responsible for me ending 6 of them, 5 or 6. Without the tariffs, you have wars raging all over the world. With the tariffs, other than Russia, we have no wars out there. And we've made a lot of good friends, too. Tariffs are so important to our national security. If we don't have tariffs, we don't have national security. Our country would suffer a level that, because they use so strongly on us. As an example, the European Union, they won't take our cars, they won't take our agriculture, they won't take anything, but they send their cars in, Mercedes, BMW, Volkswagen, by the millions. We don't send any cars. They don't take them. They were tariffing us out. Agricultural products, they don't take our agriculture. They want their farmers to do it. I understand that. But it was very unfair, and they were tariffing our product. They're keeping out by using tariffs. And we didn't use them, but I used them. And now we made one of the great deals with your $650 billion they pay us. And we've evened it out. It's really a good thing to see. And you have to understand, they've all signed. Japan, South Korea. I mean, South Korea, $350 billion up front. Japan, $650 billion. And they've all agreed to it. They're all happy. But before, it was a total ripoff. And if we don't have the use of tariffs, we have no national security. This country will have no financial security, will not have national security. And the people that brought the lawsuit are people that are aligned with foreign nations that are now being treated fairly, as opposed to just ripping us off and ripping us asunder. So, but if we are not allowed to use what other people use against us, there's no defense. It'll be a disaster for America. That's why I think I'm going to go to the Supreme Court to watch it. I've not done that, and I had some pretty big cases. I think it's one of the most important cases ever brought, because we will be defenseless against the world. Okay?
Mr. President, you'll go to the tariff case?
Did you have one? Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to ask you about the Georgia Senate race. I know it's very early, but there's several Republicans in that field that are vying for your endorsement.
A lot of good people in that field.
Yes.
I know all of them, actually. I haven't made a decision on that, but you have some very good people in the Georgia Senate race.
Well, Governor has endorsed...
No, I know. The governor has, and he's spoken to me about it a lot. He likes that candidate a lot. And I understand that. I haven't made a decision yet. But I'm following that race very carefully. I think it's very important for Georgia to get a real senator, because the senator they have now is a horrible senator. He allows all the crime, all the borders. You have open borders. I mean, his whole philosophy is a disaster. That's not representative of the people of Georgia. I know the people of Georgia. I won Georgia 3 times, but they say twice. Okay, I won it very big the last time, and I won it big the first time, and I won it big the second time. But we had criminals that didn't allow. I mean, I hope they're going to go into that. I hope they go into the votes which are being stored in Fulton County and take a real look at those votes, okay? Because I won it the second time, too. But I know Georgia very well. I love Georgia. Those people are great, and they deserve a good senator, because the man they have now is a weak, ineffective person. Okay.
Mr. President, I wonder what you make of it.
Yeah. By the way, you won Georgia 3 times.
Yeah, I agree. Do you agree with me?
I do.
He's the media.
For someone that spends a lot of time in Georgia, I believe you won that. Yeah, okay. I really have a question about...
You know, the word believe isn't strong enough, right?
Yeah,
you know.
There you go.
It's true. I know I won, too. We have the great Newt Gingrich. Newt, you agree with us? Good. Otherwise, I'd have him dismissed immediately from the room. You know, his wife, as you know, is becoming an ambassador to a great country, Callista, so congratulations. We're going to take a picture. And the only reason I'm doing it, he speaks so well of me. He said, I'll go down as the greatest president in history. And then he blew it. He said, I'm not sure if I put him above Washington or Lincoln. So I'm not that happy about that, dude.
I've got a question about the weaponization of the DOJ. The media often says your department is weaponizing the DOJ.
Yeah, that's the opposite.
It's the opposite. Todd, you represented President Trump and probably the greatest weaponization of the DOJ by Alvin Bragg. You know firsthand, if you could describe what you saw under the Biden administration and how they weaponized the DOJ.
Well, I mean, I think it's hard to describe what happened in those last 4 years against President Trump. Alvin Bragg, a local prosecutor, his office staffed by somebody from DOJ. Jack Smith, picked as a special counsel, staffs his entire office with DOJ prosecutors. And then there are countless things that happened, all in writing, most of them on the docket, that require no explanation except a complete abomination of the place that the Attorney General and I run now and Director Patel. So when people talk about this department weaponizing, it's embarrassing. Because there's no scenario in which you can look at what we're doing, restoring justice, doing the right thing in every single case, and say that that's weaponization, and yet remain eerily silent about what happened for the past 3 years. I mean, you read these articles and giggle, because it cannot be true that people really think that what they did to him, not once, not twice, I'm still counting 3, 4 times, but we're the ones that are weaponizing. So this man is not weaponizing the Department of Justice. We're not weaponizing the Department of Justice. It's the opposite. I mean, and also, nobody questions what I'm saying because it's true, because we all lived the past 4 years. So listen.
They never want to bring up the details, but I watch the fake news, and oh, he's weaponized, and he wants to send them to prison. He wants all this. They indicted me like 5 times. I took a mug shot. Who would have thought it turned out to my favor? Because it was a good shot. But I had to take a mug shot. It's right out there on the door. New York Post, front page of every paper in the world. I had a mug shot. They wanted to send me. Nobody says that. They say he's acting very, very tough. He's acting unfair. Let me tell you, if they've been nice to anybody, it's to those criminals, because they are so good having to do with all of the things we're talking about today with violent crime. But if anything, I think this Justice Department has been so respectful of the law, because the other Justice Department with Rita or Lisa and all of that scum, real scum, what they did to the political opponent of a guy that has a seriously low IQ. Now, in his case, it was low, based on his career, but it got real low, okay? It was descending rapidly. But what they did to go after his political opponent is legendary, worse than any third world country, banana republic. And what we're doing is nothing. Are you kidding? Nothing. They write stories. Why aren't they doing this? And we'll leave. I don't have to leave it up to them, but I choose to at this moment, at least. But there's never been anybody treated in the history of politics. You know, they say the 2 worst treated presidents by the media, etc., was that man right there, the late, great Abraham Lincoln, and this guy right there, Andrew Jackson. They say Andrew Jackson was treated terribly. They give him number 1 and number 2, but that was before I came along, Newt. I say I have number 1 times 10. Nobody's been treated like I've been treated. And I did a great job. You know, we had a great first term. And we had one of the most successful economies in history, et cetera. I rebuilt the military. We did a tremendous amount. The last part, we had a horrible thing called COVID, and we handled that well. We made ventilators for nations all over the world. We did a great job. Probably never get credit for it. Look at the therapeutics, the Regeneron, all the different things, the vaccines, all the things we did. We did a great job, but we had to focus on that. But we had the best economy in the history of our country. We're blowing it away right now. Look at the stock market. It hit another all-time high today. That's 48 days out of the few days that I've served. 48 days have already hit record highs. And we have, maybe most importantly, the number we have now, I was saying 17, it's over $18 trillion is being poured into our country. It's because of the election and because of tariffs. Without the tariffs, you wouldn't have probably 18 cents. It's because of the tariffs, because there are no tariffs if they build in our country. And they understand that. So we have medical companies coming up. We have the AI. We're dominating China in AI. Everybody said that's impossible. We're dominating. I'm letting these massive plants build their own electric generating plants. They're becoming utilities in addition to everything. Maybe they'll make more money with that. Who knows? But they're building their own electric because we have an old grid. You wouldn't be able to do that. And we're dominating China. We're dominating with AI, which seems to be the new big thing. That's the new internet. That's the new whatever. So we're very happy with the job we're doing. I'm very happy with the job they're doing. But when you tell me about attacking a political opponent, there's never been, and I'm a legitimate opponent. I watch my son. He's got the #1 best-selling book now. My son Eric is a wonderful kid. That guy spent so much time with subpoenas. He got more subpoenas than anybody in the history of our country. Think of it. And he's an innocent, good boy. He's a good kid. He's always been a good kid. All of my children are good. They went through hell. My children went through federal grand juries on a hoax. Think of it. You have Adam Schiff and Hillary Clinton and others make up a hoax and then wanting to so they know it's a hoax, and they go before the press, say Donald Trump Jr. will go to jail because of what he's done with Russia. I'll never forget, I get a call from my son, Don, and he said, Dad, I'm being accused of something with Russia. I don't know anything about Russia. He didn't know anything about it. Think of it, how bad they are. They say he'll go to prison for the rest of his life. He knew nothing about it. On a hoax, the Russian hoax, Russia hoax, on a story that they made up. And they made it up in order to explain why Hillary Clinton lost an election that she lost by pretty good numbers. The second one, actually the second one was even better, but the third one, this one was too big to rig. It was just too big to rig. They would have rigged it. They tried to rig it. But think of it. They want to send my children to jail, but they were after Don in particular. I'll never forget Adam Shifty Schiff, a total crooked guy, lying in Congress, making up a phone conversation that I have with you, totally made up. Then when he heard it was taped, he wanted to disappear. And Nancy Pelosi went crazy because they wanted to impeach me based on the conversation that was made up. When they heard the tape, everybody, I won it unanimously in the Republican Party. I got every single vote, something that never happens, and I beat it. But think of it, they want to put my son in jail for something that they made up. So they know they made it up. And they say he will serve the rest of his life in prison. These are sick, bad people. And don't tell me about us going after them. If anything, we've been very, very soft. I wouldn't be that soft, I'll tell you that. Thank you very much, everybody. Let's talk.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Let's go.
And we continue our live coverage as we join House Democrats now hearing testimony on health care policy and the effects of the government shutdown. Democrats want Republicans to agree to an extension of Affordable Care Act subsidies and restore funding cuts from Medicaid.
40,000 of my constituents may lose or see cuts to their health care because the $1 trillion in cuts to Medi-Cal that Trump and Republicans made in their big, ugly bill. These Republican cuts are going to affect everyone, every single person, everyone's health care, not just those on covered California, not just those poor people that they seem to not care about. Doctor, I have spent a lot of time doing town halls with our seniors, trying to prepare them, talking to them about the timeline of that big, ugly bill, and asking them to touch base with their doctors now and don't wait until next year when seniors under the age of 65 will have to provide certification from their doctor that they are unable to work. Can you tell me how are doctors going to be able to handle that that number of people that will come to them asking for specific certification in order to meet the demands of this Republican priority bill?
Well, we will work extended hours, try to get additional staff to meet the needs of the people. But as you suggested, it rains on the just and the unjust. And so when people don't have insurance and they start clogging up the emergency rooms, the person with the best insurance in the world will still have to wait their turn to be seen and have another negative outcomes. So I think that physicians will do all we can. There are physicians like Dr. Ford who goes once a month to rural areas, but that's a Band-Aid. She goes once a month, sees people, take medications to them because they have lost some of their insurance already. So when these things continue, we're going to have to increase things like health literacy so that people can know they still need to come in if they don't have the money or the copay.
I mean, medical personnel across the country have been warning us that our hospitals, our clinics will close, that services are going to have to be cut, longer wait times in the ER, fewer doctors and nurses. But instead of being here working this out with Democrats, they choose to continue to be at home. This is unacceptable. And again, I want to thank you for finding the courage and the heart to be here with all of us and talking about the stories, your personal stories, and the stories of your patients back at home. Thank you so much. And with that, I'm going to yield back to the chair.
Thank you.
Congresswoman Torres. Next up is Representative Becca Balint of Vermont.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all the witnesses for being here. It really matters that you're here. Look, I just want to bottom line it. You cannot cut $1 trillion from the healthcare system, which is what happened in the big, brutal bill. You cannot suck $1 trillion out of the healthcare system and not impact people. And I represent an overwhelmingly rural state of Vermont. We're already having a difficult time keeping rural healthcare facilities open. Rural people have worse health outcomes than folks who live in the suburbs, who live in urban areas. Higher rates of chronic disease, higher blood pressure, diabetes, heart disease, cancer, stroke, injury-related deaths. It's already bad. And now they're going after the ACA subsidies that enable people to get health care. And I always say to my constituents, I don't care who you voted for. I don't care if you like me. I'm still going to show up and fight for your health care. And that's the piece of this that is so craven and cruel, that in rural districts across this country, their representatives are not standing up for them. And Ms. Browse, I want to thank you for being here and all the work that you do. Tell me, in your vast experience, what is it going to look like in rural America for those patients when they're trying to get health care after these cuts go through?
I mean, how many of them have any kind of an underlying chronic condition that they take any kind of medication for whatsoever? Yeah. Because if they take even a blood pressure medicine and see a cardiologist, it's going to go to the wayside. It's not going to happen. And the closest hospital that they would go to if they have a cardiac event is likely going to close. And then they're going to need to be life-starred to a level 1. And then in transit, what will happen? Nothing good, right?
Nothing good.
Nothing good. So if they're actively having a stroke, then that person becomes potentially paralyzed. And then why don't you start tallying up the health care that goes along with that? Yeah. So we see patients in our hospital that everything from stabbing and gunshots to farmers who have their mechanical equipment roll over on them with crush injuries.
That's right.
So we see them all. We need to stabilize them, determine whether they're appropriate to stay in our hospital, and if not, life-star them out. Yeah. They get on a helicopter and they go. So what if we close?
That's right.
Then what?
Yeah. That's exactly it. And so, look, it doesn't have to be this way. It really doesn't have to be this way. And all of the nurses and the doctors and everyone that is speaking out right now, I want voters across this country to think about it. Who do you trust? Do you trust the nurses and the doctors who are showing up for you, who are raising the alarm? Or are you going to trust the people that rolled over for the billionaires so they could have a tax cut while you're getting screwed over? Thank you. I yield back.
And next is Congressman Troy Carter from Louisiana.
Thank you very much to our co-chairs and to Leader Jeffries, and certainly thanks to all of you for having the courage to come and to be with us, to share your knowledge on what this means to so many Americans. Medicaid plays a crucial role in providing care for millions of Louisianians, and ACA tax premium credits help make marketplace coverage more affordable for individuals and families that are ineligible for Medicaid. It's essential that we continue to both strengthen Medicaid and permanently extend the ACA enhanced premium credits. It makes a difference. These programs are lifelines for children, small business owners, veterans, seniors, people with disabilities, and hardworking families. If Republicans let these tax credits expire, 43,000 people in my district alone will see their health coverage costs skyrocket at a time when the cost of rice and bread and rent and mortgage and other payments continue to escalate. This is yet another burden that in America, the richest country in the world, we should not have to suffer. Democrats are here to fight for you, in word and in deed. And we thank you for taking time out of your schedules to be with us. There's a million questions I'd like to ask. There's a million statements I'd like to say. I'd like to open my heart and give it to you. We know that time is limited and there are other members to be heard. So I'll be very brief, but I do want to ask Dr. Ellison and Ms. Broth the same question. When a person decides that because of the stress and strain of being able to afford health care, and they elect to not see the doctor because they can't afford to, or they elect to skip a dose of their insulin or their medicine, what does that do, A, to them, and B, to the system that ultimately, when I don't see you in a clinic, when I don't see you on the preventive side of care, I see you in the emergency room, and I see you on the curative side of care. Share with us briefly what that means.
Let's take a diabetic, for example, because I feel like this is a tangible, realistic example, right? So if someone who is diabetic does not take their medications, they run a litany of risks, everything from seizures to cardiac events, but also they developed wounds, right? So untreated diabetes can lead to peripheral neuropathy, which is numbness in your extremities, and then you don't have sensation, and the smallest cut or insult to your tissue could cause an open wound that then festers into a sore that then turns into either an amputation or hyperbaric treatment or death from sepsis. So something as simple as making sure that people have access to their medications when they need them in a timely manner, and making sure that they have the education about why they're important and the sequelae that can follow if they don't follow through on a regimen that's recommended.
And so if we can drill into the real issue is, if you can't afford it, you can't take it. If you can't take it, you get sick. If you get sick and it's untreated, you die.
But all of this is preventable.
That's the point. It's preventable, but you have to have access.
Correct.
And we have to convince people that preventive care is a heck of a lot cheaper than curative care.
Oh, yes. Insulin, I can tell you, is definitely cheaper than someone who needs hyperbaric therapy or an amputation or multiple wound debridements.
And for that person who elects to not take their medicine because they can't afford it, then they end up in the emergency room. What does that do to the system?
Well, the emergency rooms in hospitals are already wildly overcrowded, so it just bogs the system down more. And then that person just not having gotten a dose of insulin, right, or multiple doses of insulin over time, let's say, might prevent the next person behind them from getting treated for a cardiac arrest or something else, right? So, and then the next person, and then the next person, and then the next person, and the wait times are longer, and the people aren't getting in fast enough, and then, again, people are going to die in the waiting rooms.
And then quickly, I'll yield. Dr. Ellison, you said earlier that even with the best health insurance, it won't shorten the lines if the system is strained. Even the best insurance. So people were sitting at home thinking, well, it doesn't impact me because I've got the best insurance in the world. It doesn't matter. When the system is strained, it impacts everyone.
Yes, and to follow up on her scenario with diabetes, that person can also have a stroke from not having diabetes. Then the burden on the hospital system, if it's a rural hospital, is more expensive uncompensated care. And so that's going to put a strain on everything. And the person, like she said, may eventually die or be paralyzed or need artificial limbs. So let's give them the insulin. Let's give them the access early so that they won't have to worry about the strokes and all this stuff and the uncompensated care.
Thank you all very much. Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you, Congressman Porter. Next up is Congressman Frank Pallone from New Jersey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I want to ask my question of Ms. Halcomb, because I heard what you said this morning at the press conference. What I want to stress, and my question relates to it, is the fact that people will end up not having insurance. You know, when I talk to my Republican colleagues, they're missing in action, they're not here, they're on vacation, whatever they're doing. But when I talk to them, they don't seem to understand the importance of the Affordable Care Act and the importance of these enhanced premium tax credits, because in their minds, and you know, they say this to me privately, they think there are other options. You know, that somehow people are going to get private insurance, or they're going to get some, you know, something else, you know, to as an alternative. And I try to explain to them that you may be opposed to the Affordable Care Act, some opposed to it altogether. You may be opposed to help with these subsidies or tax credits, but you have to understand that the reason we did the Affordable Care Act, I was the chairman of the Energy and Commerce Health Subcommittee at the time, and I was one of the drafters, is because we found that there were getting to be more and more Americans every day that could not find health insurance because it was too expensive. They didn't get it on the job, or they got it on the job and they couldn't afford it. They were self-employed, they were a farmer, and that's what this was meant to deal with, this gap, right? And we did the enhanced premium tax credits because we found out that if we didn't provide more help at a little higher income, then there'd be even more people that would go without health insurance. So what I would just like you to answer the question, explain why we're not talking about higher costs that are going to result necessarily in higher pocket. That's true too, because in New Jersey right now, a 60-year-old couple making about $80,000 a year is going to be forced to pay an extra $15,000 more. So obviously, the cost is going up. But we're talking about people just simply not being able to get health insurance. If you understand my question.
I do understand your question, and I think that what it boils down to is, let's just say, for example, a 60-year-old couple. They've worked hard, they've paid their taxes, they've paid in, they've saved money. We have to now dip into life savings that we have saved, we've worked hard for, to pay higher insurance premiums. So, you know, looking back before the Affordable Care Act came, I did my shopping. I did my research. I shopped and I found the best package that I could afford. I checked out deductibles. I checked out, you know, prescription coverage. It was a lot of work. And then my premiums kept going up. And I had the discussion with my husband. This is getting out of control. We can't afford this. And at that point, the Affordable Care Act came out. And it was a godsend for us because we were able to qualify based on our income. We're paying taxes and then our net income, versus our gross income. And we were able to finally get something that was affordable. And it was fair. I felt like we were getting very good coverage, not supreme, but decent for the price that we were paying. But to double or triple being self-employed, we will not be able to afford it. We will dip into our savings, and then that will be drained eventually at some point. Who knows the answer? We don't know because we don't even know what our premiums will be.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Pallone. Next up, we have Congresswoman Deborah Ross from North Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Ms. Higgins-Freeze. I represent a lot of parents in North Carolina who have children with disabilities, who are on Medicaid. I've visited with many of them. I've been to special places where their kids go to school. I know you talked a little bit about where one of your children goes. And in North Carolina, we want to build a new state-of-the-art children's hospital. But that's now not going to be able to happen if we don't get Medicaid money for that. And what I've experienced with my constituents and the people I visited is that disability doesn't have a political party and it doesn't have an income level. It's just something that families together try to help their kids with, and that Medicaid can really be a lifeline for their family. Could you talk about the financial difficulties that you would have if you didn't have access to Medicaid? And can you talk about what this big, ugly law is going to do to your families? I've heard that families are going to have to get recertified every year for a variety of different things. They're not sure how to do that. Tell us what this means to you and your family.
Medicaid makes our family's life possible. I mentioned this morning that one of my kiddos has been determined that they need 17 to 24 hours of care a day. And we don't know what these cuts mean for Medicaid. Right now, he's living in a group home. Medicaid pays for part of that. Social Security pays for part of that. We could fully fund Social Security if everyone who makes over $400,000 a year paid their fair share. But we've decided not to do that. And so we don't know what that looks like, because the way it works in a group home is that it takes Medicaid, Social Security, and SNAP benefits to make it work for kids to live in and adults to live in a group home. We don't know what that will look like or whether it will be possible for him to continue living in a group home. And if that's no longer possible, that would be extremely, extremely difficult for our family. We were struggling before he moved.
And do you know, are you in conversation with other families that are seeing this the same way, that this law really is going to upend both your child's care, your family's finances, and just your whole family situation?
I think there's two answers to that. Monday night I had dinner with a group of other moms who have kiddos with disabilities, and the questions that they were asking were, what does this mean? And the answer is, we don't know, but it's not good, right? Longer and longer wait times for care already. As Heather mentioned, it's often 6 to 12 months before you can get into specialty appointments. It's very, very difficult to access care even as it is. But the flip side of it that I think it's very important that you all hear is that especially in the places that have privatized Medicaid, I would re-emphasize that there are hundreds of thousands of families who don't know they're on Medicaid. And so when the messaging is constantly Medicaid's going away, they're like, that's fine, I'm not on Medicaid, I'm on WellPoint, I'm on Molina, I'm on Iowa Total Care. They don't know that that's Medicaid, or they say, that's okay if Medicaid goes away, my kid's on the waiver. And they don't know that those are Medicaid waivers. And so I think the messaging has to be very crisp and localized to what people understand when you say Medicaid.
Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I'm an only child, but I'm married into a big family. And when we first were married, my husband was constantly going to this event, to that event, to a christening, a graduation. And I said, you know, we both worked in government, and I said, I can't keep up with this. You know, there's always a place to be. And my husband said to me, you always inconvenience yourself for family. And I just want to thank you for being here today, because you've gone out of your way, because you give a damn, not only about your own families, but about your neighbors, about our communities, about our human family. And our destinies truly are tied. So I thank you so much for your expertise, for your candor, and for your vulnerability. My questions have been asked and answered, but I do just want to talk a little bit about the district that I represent, the Massachusetts 7th. This is a vibrant, diverse, dynamic district, deeply unequal, in a 3-mile radius. You might find this hard to believe. From Cambridge to Roxbury, the blackest part of my district, life expectancy drops by 30 years. So we have disparate outcomes across all avenues, but especially when it comes to health. And in fact, my district has already lost 2 hospitals, and Kearney Hospital and St. Elizabeth's, and 1 in 3 of my constituents receive their care from a community health center, which is patient-centered, culturally competent, all of the things. And of course, they're all vulnerable in this moment. I want to share an excerpt from a letter of one of my constituents, Sasha, who lives with type 1 diabetes in Boston. It's the idea of Medicaid being cut or made harder to access terrifies me. I don't know how I would survive. I'm only 18, and I want to live with purpose, help others, and give back, but I can't do that if I'm not here. And I can't stay here without the care that keeps me alive. Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter this letter into the record. Medicaid is a lifeline for Sasha and millions of others throughout the country. It's not a nice to have, it's a must have. And instead of protecting access to care, Republicans have chosen cruelty. They passed the big betrayal bill and created a health care crisis that endangers the lives of every person who calls this country home. Donald Trump, RFK Jr., Republicans in Congress are dismantling our health care system by firing workers at public health agencies, defunding research for cures, denying women essential reproductive care, and attacking science. And now families are just weeks away from skyrocketing hikes for health insurance. In my district, a family of 4 making $64,000 a year will pay $2,500 more in premiums each year. So for a 60-year-old couple earning $82,000, they'll have to pay an extra $14,000. More than 35,000 of my constituents are at risk of losing their coverage altogether. None of this is acceptable and 100% preventable. Republicans could work with Democrats to lower these costs, but instead, they chose to shut down the government, continue their campaign of wholesale, widespread hurt and harm. I do not know if it's incompetence. I do not know if it is greed. I do not know if it is outright contempt for the American public. But let me be clear. We are fighting for you. To every person fearful of losing life-saving health care, know that we see you, and we will not stop fighting for you. Thank you.
Next up is Congresswoman Mary Gay Scanlon of Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for bringing us together. And thank you to our witnesses for sharing your really compelling stories. What has struck me in listening to them is how they reflect the stories that my constituents shared at an event convened by faith leaders in Philadelphia just a couple days ago. We heard from Lori, a small business owner who gets her insurance through Pennsylvania's marketplace. Her adult daughter has a disability and relies upon Medicaid. Lori and her husband are both cancer survivors whose cancers were discovered early because they had health insurance that provided for regular checkups. But in order to stay healthy now, they need to have quarterly follow-ups for the next several years with specialists. If the ACA credits lapse, their premiums are going to skyrocket from $1,000 to almost $2,000 a month, plus a likely extra 80% increase when the 2026 rate hikes kick in just over 2 months. We heard from Andrea, another small business owner who has diabetes. She currently pays $700 a month for coverage, but without the ACA credits, it would be $1,400. She just got her premium notice and expects that her cost next year will be $1,600 a month. If that happens, she's afraid she's going to have to close her business and try to find a job someplace that has a group health plan, a loss of both her dream job and to the community that she serves with her business. We heard from Max, an ER doctor who worked for a frontline hospital which closed recently. We had 4 hospitals in my district close in the last couple years because of bankruptcy, and due in part to inadequate Medicaid funding. He spoke of the impact on our community when a hospital closes and people can't get emergency care when they need it. He said people have to travel farther for less care, and sometimes they don't even make it. We're already hearing about a rise in births in ambulances because people can't get to a hospital. We heard from Lafayette, a certified peer specialist who helps people in recovery. For more than 2 decades, he was trapped in a cycle of addiction and deteriorating physical and mental health. Like so many others, Medicaid provided the lifeline for him to recover from addiction and lead a productive life in our community. And the headline is that all of these stories, and unfortunately your stories, are not unique. They're happening to people all across America. Americans' health care is at risk because of the crisis that Republicans have created here. If Congress doesn't extend the Affordable Care Act's enhanced premium tax credits and allow the big ugly bill's Medicaid cuts to, move forward, millions of Americans will lose the health coverage they depend upon. And whether you get your health care through Medicaid or Medicare from the ACA exchange in your state or a private insurer, we will all feel the effects of the Republican policy choices that will close hospitals and health centers and nursing homes. We will all see increasing costs and longer wait times at the ER and when we need to see a doctor or specialist. So this is unacceptable. The impact is going to hit all of us. So I want to thank all of our witnesses here in D.C. I want to thank my colleagues for holding this hearing and standing together to demand that House Republicans return to D.C. and help Democrats make sure that all Americans can get the health care they deserve. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman Scanlon. Next up is Congresswoman Betty McCollum from Minnesota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to thank the witnesses today, and I want to thank people from all over this country who are sharing very personal stories of what's happening with their bodies and what's happening with their families' incomes. Thousands of my constituents have reached out to oppose Republicans slashing trillions of dollars from Medicaid. In my district, 19,000 people are expected to lose their Medicaid coverage. Hundreds more have sent me messages concerning the end of the Affordable Care Act credits, like Allison in St. Paul, and I quote from her, "If this credit expires, my effective health care costs would increase substantially, putting an additional strain on my household budget at a time when my family, like many others, are already struggling with costs." I held a roundtable where some small business owners shared their stories about health care coverage for families and their staff. Dan, who's been selling toys in St. Paul for more than 27 years, co-owns Mischief Toys with his wife and daughter. They're already facing tough increased costs due to Trump's tariffs, and now they're staring at a 20% hike in health insurance costs. And yes, I did say 20%. This increase would have been higher had it not been for Governor Walz, the DFL working with Republicans to establish a reinsurance program in Minnesota. Dan and his family are gravely concerned about how their family's business is going to survive and just how they're going to survive with pre-existing conditions. So my question is for Jackie and excuse me for being so informal. You shared so much, Ms. Holcomb and Ms. Frizz, if there's time. How will the cancellation of the ACA credit impact, and you've already kind of said how it'll impact you, but so many of the other people that you've networked with, either you started sharing with families, with children with disabilities, you as a businesswoman, you're going to have to make compromises. So what kind of compromises are you hearing others make in conversations? One compromise I know that my constituents were telling me If they're lucky, they'll pay more for less coverage, if they're lucky. Would you both just kind of elaborate in a minute a little more?
So I'm back to the drawing board. I have to do my research. And again, I can't plan my budget without knowing what my premium is. Is it doubling? Is it tripling? Is it going from what it is now to, who knows, $3,000? So I'll have to shop around. And, you know, my husband has his own business. I work with him. You know, at almost 60 years old, you know, can I go out and seek employment and get insurance through an employer? Is everybody going to be doing that because they're losing their coverage? I can't plan for my future when I don't have the truth and the facts of what is going to happen. So I'm trying to answer your question.
You are.
But I can't because I don't know.
You
I
so
think
many
I
Americans.
speak for a lot of people that have a story similar to my family's.
That's right, you don't know.
I have
Can't
no idea.
plan.
I think that when I think about compromises and what kinds of things our family and others like us would have to compromise if the cuts to Medicaid aren't rolled back, I think about that the promise that we've always made to our kids since they were born is we're with you till the end of the line. And when they were little, their doctors made a commitment that they didn't just want them to survive, they wanted them to thrive. And we've always tried to live by that in our family. And so when I think about the Medicaid cuts, for one thing, we've pretty much kind of set aside the notion that we'll ever be able to retire if the Medicaid cuts stand. We just imagine that we'll have to continue working as long as we can in order to pay for as much as we can for especially our kiddo who lives in a group home and has some pretty significant special needs. So that's not, saying, oh, we think about not retiring. I mean, that's not like a lot of people that, like Ms. Broth was talking about, where they're not going to get their insulin tomorrow. So I recognize that. But I guess what I would say is I don't understand why I'm having to make this compromise in order to give money to billionaires. I just don't get it. That really is not why my grandparents served during World War II, was so that we could have government of, by, and for the billionaires, and their grandkids could have their Medicaid taken away.
Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Much, Congresswoman McCollum. Next up is Congresswoman Castor from the great state of Florida.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. American families are simply bracing for these astronomical cost increases to their health care, and this comes at the worst time. They're already grappling with higher grocery bills and electricity costs. In Florida, we so rely on the Affordable Care Act. We have over 4.7 million Floridians who go shopping in healthcare.gov, the marketplace, and choose the plan that works best for them. And most of them get a little bit of help through the tax credits. But I want to share the story, one story of a gentleman. I learned all the details this weekend. It's not from my district. He's from a Republican district on the other side of the state in Daytona Beach. He was, his name's David. He's 61. He was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer just a few months ago, and he's started undergoing chemotherapy. A little bit of good news, his cancer markers with the chemotherapy are down, and that's hopeful, especially when you're talking about pancreatic cancer. But he said he has a Florida Blue policy. I'm taking your advice to name what the insurance is of Florida Blue Cross and Blue Shield, and he anticipates that it's going to cost him 40% more. He's self-employed, doesn't have a high income, but with 40% more, there are going to be people like David who will not be able to continue their treatments. And I wonder, Ms. Brotha as a nurse and Dr. Ellison as a doctor, what happens to someone like David? What can people anticipate when the costs go sky high and they have to make really tough decisions?
Well, I mean, in addition to it being harmful to the economy to take money from them and put it towards increased costs of health care, they aren't able to contribute to their community in the same way. But also, when someone like that is going to be required to pay that much more for their health insurance, it's going to force them to make very difficult and inappropriate decisions that they should never have to make. Groceries or health insurance, mortgage payment or health insurance, car payment or health insurance. And then when you take away housing, transportation, and all the other amenities that he may require to live and be a viable, productive member of society, you strip him down to nothing. Why is that fair? That's not fair. He deserves better than that. He deserves to be able to afford health care and also be able to afford living a comfortable life. That's what the American dream is all about. That's what living in America is supposed to be. Living a comfortable, productive, happy, and healthy life.
And it will depend upon the stressors. People underestimate the health effect of stressors on the individual. There's already enough stressors from the pancreatic cancer. Then he has to worry about his family. Will I sacrifice my health so they can continue? Or like she said, the mortgage. And so there'll be some physicians who will still see him, maybe a community health center that will enroll him for a sliding scale fee, but he won't have the option to get the best treatment. And that's the sad thing. If you can't afford it, they won't give you the best treatment. They will give you options C or D. And so we have to find a way to rectify that so that no matter what your income is or your status, you still get the best care available for you for what particular disorder that you have.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Thank you, Congresswoman Castor. Next up is Congressman Mark DeSaulnier from California.
San Francisco Bay Area is the fifth wealthiest house district in the country. So this idea that you can pull part of the health system out and it doesn't affect everybody. The CFO of two hospitals is regularly amongst the 1% best who are relying on private pay. He told me if this went into effect, they would have to close their two hospitals. So, Doctor, I want to get your response to, in our area, we have changed to prevention and primary care doctors and clinics as a fiscal model. I was in a county hospital recently, as disproportionate share hospital, awful stories. So we're going from that system that you have been integral to disadvantage people, to a system that we were working better at preventing higher acuity so people go to the emergency room. With this system, our emergency room doctors are going, we're going back 30 years, and everybody's going to be showing up, everyone, including disadvantaged. So could you respond to that? Just from a purely financial perspective, this is for a party that says they want more efficiency. Could you respond to this?
Unfortunately, some of the hospitals are going to market-based strategy just to survive. And some, especially the private-owned hospitals who have shareholders who are deciding whether or not the people can be seen and, again, given the proper care. And now we have AI saying that this person's worth is not worth the cost of the treatment. So people are doing that. So we got computers now saying, well, they won't live long enough for us to recover the cost of caring for them. So let's not even care for them. And so they will send them somewhere else under the guise of a consultant just so to get the cost and everything off their hospital.
And this is a country that has the highest cost health care system in the world of developed countries with the worst outcomes, so we're going to make it worse and less efficient.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman DeSaulnier. Next up is Congressman Paul Tonko from New York.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Across the capital region of New York, which I proudly represent, people are receiving notices that their health care premiums are about to significantly increase. Republicans are okay sitting back, doing nothing and letting these people paying hundreds or even thousands of more for their health insurance. That's simply unacceptable. And how did we get here? As many know, Republicans currently control the presidency, the Senate, and the House. It's their job to keep the government running. They have failed at that job, and now the American people are paying the price. Instead of putting forward a budget that reins in Donald Trump's lawlessness and addresses the health care affordability crisis, Republicans have put forward a dirty partisan spending plan that does nothing to address rising costs for average Americans. If this Republican plan passes, hundreds of thousands of people will lose their health care, and millions more will see their costs skyrocket. Current estimates show Americans would see their out-of-pocket premiums increase by some 114% if Republicans refuse to act. More than 10,000 residents in our own capital region that I represent would see their health care costs go through the roof. A family of four earning $64,000 a year, for example, would see their annual premiums rise by more than $2,500, or a 426% increase. On behalf of my constituents in New York's 20th District, I pledge that I am with you and am here to fight for affordable health care. I've heard from countless constituents who are concerned about their well-being and the health of their loved ones. Suzanne, that I represent from Guilderland, New York, wrote to me and said, and I quote, "Please do not allow health care costs to rise. This would be a hardship for my children who are already struggling with high costs. It would also affect my grandchildren and myself." Well, Suzanne, I hear you. And with your family and others like yours in mind, I'm standing strong against these Republican price hikes. I stand strong with our guests like Jonna, Jackie, Heather, and Dr. Tom. During my time in Congress, Republicans have voted over 60 times to repeal Affordable Care Act and try to take away affordable health care from our families and friends. Well, I'll note that in all that time, I haven't heard one mention of about providing for a replacement. Repeal with no replacement. That's cold-hearted. Republicans claim they don't know how we'll afford extending the ACA tax credits, but they had no problem permanently extending tax cuts for the wealthiest individuals, billionaires, and companies. And just today, Secretary Bessent said they found $40 billion for Argentina. That's $40 billion with a B for a political crony. But somehow they can't find any money for health care, a basic right for Americans. Something's wrong with the situation here, and I join you in the fight, and thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you so much, Congressman Tonko. Now I'll turn it over to my co-chair to help close us out with the last few members that have questions. Congresswoman Nanette Barragan.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next member is Congressmember Lucy McBeth.
Thank you so much. I really want to say to all of you that are on the panel today, thank you so very much. Really appreciate you taking the time and effort to be here. And in particular, the three of you that gave such heart-wrenching testimony today in our press conference, cannot thank you enough. I don't really have any questions for you today because each and every one of you have spoken such truth, painful truth, to power. And I just can never thank you enough for being the face of what is about to happen here in this country, and for just really your honesty and your sincerity. And I just can never say thank you enough. But what I will say is that on November 1st, millions will log onto the ACA marketplace to see their costs for next year completely skyrocket. There will be complete sticker shock for many families already operating on shoestring budgets, as you have already indicated, dealing with stagnant wages, all while the cost of their groceries and their child care continue to rise. And I might add that I represent the state of Georgia, and we have no expansion of Medicaid in the state of Georgia. So for the red states, states like mine, the devastation will be untold. While Democrats are here in Washington, my colleagues, we are here in Washington to stand up for those families, our House Republicans are still on vacation. The livelihoods of the American people are absolutely at stake. I heard from Stacy in my state of Georgia, a constituent who, after being mauled by a dog as a child, she now lives with a chronic pre-existing condition. And I understand pre-existing conditions because I myself am a 2-time breast cancer survivor. Thanks to the ACA credits, she's able to get consistent treatment and keep a steady job for the very first time in her life. She writes, and I quote, "Now my premium will likely go from $600 a month, which is already difficult for me, to over $1,000 a month. And I'm scared I will not be able to afford health care, which will impact my ability to keep my job and provide for my own family." End quote. What's happening here in Washington is personal to my neighbors and my constituents and the families that I represent in Georgia. And it's personal to me. As I stated once before, I am a 2-time breast cancer survivor. So I know what it's like to have a life-changing diagnosis. I know what it's like to be told when you have an illness or a disease that can possibly take your life. I know what that's like trying to figure out, how am I going to pay the bills for my health care? Am I actually going to survive? Am I going to have to rob Peter to pay Paul? And when I was diagnosed with breast cancer, each time I was a single mother. I was very fortunate to have good insurance. And it gave me the peace of mind that I needed. And it allowed me to focus all my strength on getting better, feeling better, and being with my family. But not every person in this country has the ability to be able to do that. I want that same peace of mind for my constituents and for every American who gets sick. That's what they deserve. It is your right. It's not a privilege. It is your right. But if these health care tax credits expire, what happens to Stacy? What happens to all the Stacys across America who have nowhere to turn? What happens if she can't afford the care that she needs? What happens to her family members who rely on her paycheck to keep a roof over their head? Those are questions that our Republican leadership will have to answer. But they're refusing to answer. But we will hold them accountable, as you must as well. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Macbeth. I want to thank the witnesses for their willingness to stay. You could see this is a very passionate issue. It's so important. We have 3 members left in the queue for questions, so thank you for your time and your patience in sharing your stories. I will now call on Representative Gabe Amo.
I'm grateful to be before this distinguished group of witnesses because of the contributions that you've made and continue to make amidst this Republican shutdown. And I want to be very clear to all those tuning in, all those present who are aware of this fact, but we must say again, the Republicans made a choice. They made a very, very clear choice to have a shutdown over addressing the healthcare crisis that they created. So in both circumstances, they created the situation that we're in. And your leadership, your work, your collaboration with the great fighters and champions that I get to work alongside in Congress, the people in our communities who stand up for health care, the voices of our constituents that we elevate every single day, that is going to make the difference. That is going to resolve this Republican health care crisis, this refusal to extend the ACA tax credits that people across this country, 22 million people across this country depend on, including 40,000 Rhode Islanders. Rhode Islanders who are in a range of life circumstances, from being on health insurance on their own for the first time to small business owners who I got to sit with yesterday in the district who are being forced to make hard choices, many of whom aren't even drawing an income from their businesses, keeping them afloat because they know how much they mean to the community. To those pre-Medicare adults who are just looking to get the care that they deserve, just hoping, crossing their fingers that nothing bad will happen if they can't have essential health insurance. So amidst the shutdown, I wanted to highlight something that is important, has been raised to me by so many individuals, so many groups recently. That seniors and individuals with disabilities who rely on Medicare, especially those without reliable transportation or who can't afford rising gas prices, depend on telehealth and telehealth appointments to get the care that they need to stay healthy. And when Republicans shut down the government, they let these telehealth flexibilities expire, ripping away critical access to care for people in my state of Rhode Island, people across the country who cannot easily make in-person visits. And I've heard from so many of my constituents that they're facing this double whammy of a healthcare crisis and telehealth flexibilities from going away. And so, Heather, I wanted to ask about your perspective in particular. As we are in this Republican shutdown, how are these vital telehealth protections for older Americans and those with disabilities being affected? And certainly as we have these cost increases, as we have the challenges from the big ugly law, give me your perspective on telehealth.
I think 5 years ago, at the start of COVID, nobody really thought telehealth wasn't a thing. COVID changed the dynamic of the ability to access care from a periphery. So telehealth gave people who maybe hadn't sought care an opportunity to, or maybe were lacking in their ability to continue care, to get health care. So when you cut off that, right, you make it difficult for people to get to a hospital to get care. The closest hospital is getting shut down. The telehealth is getting shut down. You're shutting down the suicide hotline. So you've got an added layer of issues of things. It's just stripping people of their ability to be healthy in this country. And that shouldn't be something that people wake up each day and think, am I going to be able to be healthy today? Am I allowed to be healthy today? Can we just allow people to be healthy?
Thank you.
People want to be healthy. Let them.
Thank you. Thank you. We are going to try to keep members to 3 minutes because we have 2 members that showed up right after I made that last statement. I have Representative David Min.
On my mic here. Thank you, Madam Chair, for holding this hearing. I want to thank the witnesses for your very powerful stories, which I think really are emblematic of the stories that people are starting to realize around the country that are going to be their stories. And I'm a freshman. I just got elected last year. This is my first year in Congress, and I've watched over the last 9-10 months as the other side has rammed through extreme legislation, including the misleadingly named One Big Beautiful Bill, which had nearly $1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid. And that is going to happen in 2027. Millions of people will lose their health care because of that. And the rest of us will see much higher premiums. And I think what the Republicans did not realize when they passed that bill is that a lot of those impacts are going to start taking place immediately as insurers, providers, and others start to budget out and think through what this means for them. So, you know, I've heard stories already of pretty massive increases. I think we're expecting something like a 50% increase in our premiums, and we're a pretty healthy family. I have a constituent in my district who's got a lot of chronic illnesses in her family. Their copays have already doubled, and their medications have tripled in cost. And so I guess first just wanted to ask you, Ms. Holcomb and Ms. Freese, you know, the ACA is estimated to increase costs by something like 75% on average. We've heard stories, including from you, about how this might increase much more, 600 to maybe 2,000, 3,000 in some cases. What does that mean in a practical perspective if you or your friends or neighbors or loved ones have to face thousands of dollars in increased premiums each month? For Ms. Freese and Ms. Holcomb. Let's start with you, Ms. Holcomb.
I believe it's not just my family that is in this position. I think it's going to take a wear and tear on the psyche of many families across America. I think that we're already scared and fearful as it is, and with us all experiencing the lack of proper medical care because we can't afford it, I think that will snowball into something that won't be healthy for us.
And there's certainly families not as well positioned as the two of you that might just lose access to care.
Absolutely. And
Ms. Freese?
So your question is around the impact of the Medicaid cuts?
Yeah, having thousands of dollars in increased premiums just on a practical level for your family and others that you know.
So to clarify for me, my family is not on the exchange,
Okay.
so Medicaid is the primary impact to us, and the impact there is around my son's group home, around health insurance premiums, around access to doctors and access to medication, and all of that would be financially devastating. But I think the more important point is that I would urge us
and gentlemen, the President of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. It's a real honor to be with you. I got back from the Middle East. We had a really historic trip, I would say, would be the least of it. We had tremendous progress on peace in the Middle East, which a term that hasn't even been used in 50 years probably. And it's 3,000 years we're playing with, so people thought that was something, and it really was incredible. We had tremendous friendships, and we've developed some friendships even over the last few days, and it's going very well. And we got the hostages back, which was a big deal, getting the hostages back. Everybody feels that way. Everybody feels that way. And other things are happening. Even today, things are happening that are very positive. Everyone wants to see it happen. Countries that didn't get along with each other are now seemingly in love with each other. Now, in the Middle East, that'll change perhaps, but the deal will still be there. And it's going to be, I think it's going to be something to remember. We've settled now 8 wars, if you think. It was 7, now it's 8. Now we have another one left, one of the easier ones. I thought was going to be Russia. I thought the Russia-Ukraine would be easy. It would have never happened. It should have never happened. But a lot of people are being killed in that war. It's the bloodiest war since the Second World War. I think that we'll get that one too, and we'll stop. You know, it's not from the U.S., these soldiers that are dying all over the place. 7,212, they say, last week died. Think of that, 7,212 soldiers for no reason. It should have never happened. If the right person were here, it wouldn't have happened. I can guarantee you that. But it did happen, and we've made some good progress. We've interestingly made a lot of progress today because of what took place in the Middle East. Only the deep-thinking business people would understand that, of which we have a lot of them. We have a lot of legends in the room tonight, and that's why we're here, to celebrate you, because you've given tremendous amounts of money to see a ballroom built for the first time at the White House. The White House, for 150 years plus, they've wanted to have a ballroom, and it never happened because they never had a real estate person. For me, I like it. For me, it's like I love it in between China, Russia, and everything else that we deal with. It's going to be a great ballroom. It's going to be a great ballroom. As an example, this has really been the ballroom for many years, and it holds 100 people, of which we have 125 today, I'll tell you. But we have 128, and I've never seen it with 128. And by the way, you're going to have a little good entertainment from the military band right after this. You'll see some really talented musicians. They're going to do a few songs, and you're going to love them. They're very talented people. But so for years, they've wanted to have it. And when they have the head of China, the head of any country, we have many of the countries came, and they'd always put the tent out on the lawn. And if it was not raining, you'd get away with it a little bit, but it's still a tent. And the biggest dignitaries in the world, not only political, in many other ways too. And so I always said that if I pull it off again, we are going to build a ballroom, and I'm going to start right at the beginning. And we had it designed by one of the top architects in Washington, who's very, very respected, and very, very respected, actually. And we started the process, and we have it concluded, and it's actually starting right behind us. And if you look, this is really a knockout panel. Should I show you? I guess maybe you've sort of seen, right? So we don't really want you to walk on there, but you can take a look if you want, if you're curious, because we took out all the strength from underneath. That collapsed. We collapsed it over the next few days. It's going to be demolished. Everything out there is coming down, and we're replacing it with one of the most beautiful ballrooms that you've ever seen. And you have some pictures, and basically it's right here. Here's your White House. Here's the West Wing, and here's the East Side, which has been tinkered with for years and years and years. And they had originally a very beautiful building. They called it the East Wing, but that was sort of semi-knocked down about 5 times and changed and redone, and everything else. It was originally done by McKim, Mead, and White, great architects. And so that came down, and mostly it's taken down already. And we've started excavation. I'm very good at building things on time, on budget, that I can tell you. You're not going to see like the Fed, where they're up to $4 billion or something to paint some walls. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. This guy, he's too late. He should have been too late with that one, not done it. It would have been better. It didn't need to be done. He could have painted the ceilings. They ripped down a gorgeous ceiling like this, and then they said, we have a problem. Now we have to put one up. How do you do a ceiling like this? And they're way over budget. They decided they wanted to do a basement, but unfortunately the basement is right next, you're right next to the Potomac. And when it went down, they should have stopped immediately, because they should have known. But they have a little thing called the Potomac River where the basement is. But they said, we're going to get it done anyway, so you build what's called a reverse bathtub. And it's not that uncommon, but it is actually a reverse. You seal it. The problem is nature always wins. I know